okay with that? Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm good with that, Chris.
Okay. All right.
If I could, sorry, interject, Chair, I did just get a message that I need to send the link to Councilmember Valdemar. She's trying to join. If you want to wait just a moment.
Yeah,
Or
sure.
Go ahead. It's up to you.
Yeah, no, we'll wait. Are we on TV yet?
John Rand is probably waiting for you to begin in order to move us to TV.
Okay. To today's City Council meeting. Due to the ongoing necessity of social distancing and in keeping with Governor Herbert's directive, stay safe, stay home, council meetings will continue to be entirely remote, and there isn't a location to attend for the council meetings in person. But social distancing won't stop democracy. And so I hope you will keep tuning in and joining us remotely during these meetings. You, the people that we represent, are always in our hearts and in our minds, and we hope you all stay safe and healthy. Although conducting our meetings electronically is different from our more familiar in-person meetings and processes, this is still considered an open public meeting. We also welcome members of the public who may be watching our visual live video feeds on the council's agenda page, YouTube, Salt Lake City Television, or Facebook Live. Although there is no public comment during the work session, tonight's formal meeting at 7 p.m. will have the opportunity for you to make public comment for the scheduled hearings and for a general public comment period. All comments are limited to 2 minutes. We recognize that this may not be enough time to get all of your thoughts outlined. So other ways to share your comments beyond your 2 minutes are always welcome by sending them. You can reach us by mail at our P.O. Box, which is 145476, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84114-5476. You can email us at council.comments@slcgov.com, or you can call our 24-hour comment line. The number for that is 801-535-7654. Also, all written comments submitted to the City Council on any topic scheduled on today's agenda have been viewed by council members and will be made public for all to see on the City Council website, which is slccouncil.com. Since we're connecting electronically, when conversations occur, there may be some delay. Council meetings have guidelines to make sure that people feel comfortable and safe to participate in our new way of conducting meetings given these unusual circumstances. Please be respectful and refrain from disrupting others during presentations during the council meeting. The council is anticipating guidance from the department directors included in the meeting to address questions from the council or to refer to members of their department who are also on the call. If you have any feedback give us regarding today's meeting setup, please contact us. We welcome comments both on the substance and on the way that we're trying to get the message out to you, the public. We'll now move on to our work session items. And as we do that, I just want to remind my colleagues on the council to please put your hands up using the little hands up tool on the side instead of putting your hand up on the screen. I'll do my best to keep monitoring those. And so and we make sure they get everybody in the order that they put their hand up. So moving on to our first work session item. It is updates regarding the mayor's proclamations declaring local emergencies for COVID-19 and the recent earthquake. And presenting to us on this item is Aaron Mendenhall, Salt Lake City Mayor. And we also have available Rachel Otto, Lisa Schaefer, and Katie Lewis. So go ahead, Mayor.
Hi. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Joel, are you there as well?
I am here.
Sorry, I'm just. Here we are.
I don't see audio yet for Lisa Schaefer. Mayor, if you wanted to wait.
Oh, there I see her face.
Lisa, can you hear us? No. Well,
Okay, there's her microphone.
Hey, hi.
Hello.
It was so easy. Hi, everyone.
thanks for giving us a minute. And I'll just start it off. And sorry, I will turn the light on at some point in my office here in the basement. One of the things that's been going on is the facilities assessment of Salt Lake City owned buildings from the earthquake. And our risk manager is working with our insurance company. I think that Lisa's been working a little bit with council staff and just kind of teeing up that we are anxious to bring you some numbers, but that we don't have just yet, but that those numbers are being worked on between the risk manager and the insurance company on what kind of damage costs we might be looking at to make the repairs on our buildings. So we would love to get that in your queue for an upcoming discussion, and do anticipate having some numbers pretty soon. Lisa, did you have anything else on that piece?
No, that sounds right. Yeah, that's good.
And then, as you know, and especially Cindy Gus Jensen and Council Chair Wharton, who've been participating in our Monday and Friday morning SART calls, which Pam Lofgreen, our emergency operations coordinator, leads. We are still operating under our EOC model, and have a lot of gratitude for that, the way the organization is happening, but really the creativity of our departments, and then that opportunity on Mondays and Fridays to hear from each other in a brief format about what our needs are, or what kind of new developments our employees or the department heads themselves have come up with to help us do the best job we can as a city and keep our people as safe as we can. So that's the function, or the structure we're still operating under, and I anticipate that continuing for the foreseeable future. That's about it from me at this point, Mr. Chair. You're muted, Mr. Chair.
How about now?
Now you are.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Lisa or Rachel, did you have anything that you wanted to add on that?
I can add a couple of items, Mr. Chair, just some general updates, if that's okay. So I think you all are aware that since the last time you met as a council in a formal meeting, the governor passed his directive. The mayor then passed her emergency proclamation requiring people to stay at home aside from non-essential travel, that was then subsumed by the county health department order to stay home, and we've been operating under that county health department order. The other items that have come up in that time are 2 new executive orders, and those dealt specifically, as the executive orders do, on sort of internal policies around employees. So executive order number 3 was the extension to most city employees of the Families First Coronavirus Act, which offers some additional paid leave provisions for most city employees. Emergency responders, which is somewhat broadly defined, were exempted from EO3 and provided for in Executive Order 4, which gives benefits specific to those emergency responders in the city. So if you have any questions about those, I'd be happy to try to answer them. Then and we can go back, or you can jump in anytime, but I wanted to also just mention that, as the mayor said, Pam Lofgreen, our emergency manager, has been both coordinating with the county on all of the emergency operations, but also making sure that she is providing for every need that the city has in terms of handling both of these emergencies, but particularly the ongoing coronavirus emergency. That some of the highlights I just wanted to make sure that you all know is that there's a lot of work going on around making sure that we're providing for first responders in terms of facilities that could be supplied for city first responders and other essential employees who may have been exposed to COVID-19 and are asymptomatic. They've identified a primary location and are working out some, are still working out user agreements with building owners around that potential if we need that kind of a location for first responders. Then they've been working on making sure that we have adequate amounts of PPE for employees, ensuring that we have good communication with our hospital emergency managers, and we have locations for decontamination sites for police for uniforms, equipment, et cetera. And then of course, coordinating with FEMA on both the COVID issues and the earthquake issues. So she's been doing an amazing job of keeping track of all of those details. The third thing I'll mention there is that we have an online complaint form now too, that hopefully you guys have all seen, or if you haven't, it's there on the website for both reporting for residents to, or the general public to report businesses who may not be complying with the public health order from the health department. And then also just for residents to be able to give us a heads up when they see, for example, in a public space that, a park space, for example, where we've had emergency tape up or caution tape up or facilities closed. And if people are not obeying basically that either directive or not being aware of those closures, that we can make sure that our staff is alerted so we can go re-sign or retape or, address those concerns that people see in public spaces. Then the last thing I wanted to mention on this is that we, of course, are looking forward to getting some feedback from you over the next couple of weeks, or really sooner, or, over the next couple of any time for the next few months, on how you'd prefer for us to allocate the $4 million that we had set aside in that budget amendment that you considered a couple of weeks ago for COVID-specific responses. And the HAND team has been doing a lot of work around the potential of where rental assistance or mortgage assistance might give us, the most bang for our buck with programs that are already up and running, if that's an option. But we, of course, also there's a lot of moving parts around federal funds that we'll be getting in response to this emergency. So we're trying to put all those pieces together with how those allocations will work from the federal government. And then we, of course, also want to make sure that we're taking care of our own employees and that we have money set aside to purchase PPE and other things, including paying employees and making sure that we're provided for in the city. So all of those things are at play. We don't have a specific request or goal for those funds at this time, but we've been having conversations with council staff and look forward to having more detailed conversations on those allocations going forward.
Mr. Chair, could I? You're muted again.
Ah,
I just wanted to say, even though, on the heels of what Rachel said about we don't have a specific request, I think in reality, we have like 100 requests or ideas. And we're also still listening to the business side of the conversation with the ongoing conversations with Salt Lake City businesses through economic development. We're listening to residents and working with you, with council members, in particular, Councilmember Rogers and Councilmember Johnston, on how can we make sure that we're hearing from communities who may be affected by digital divide or digital inequity and so on and so forth. So I think we have a lot of ideas, and we want to work with you to prioritize and be responsive given the limited funding that we have and the incredible need that already exists in the community and in Salt Lake City Corporation, but that we know we haven't even reached the apex of yet. So being mindful about the timeline and how unique this is, that it just keeps going on. Thanks for giving me a second to chime in.
yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Council Chair, may I chime in as well?
Yes, go ahead.
I should have mentioned when the mayor gave me an opportunity to that the damage assessments on the buildings we are insured. We have a large insurance policy on all city facilities, but we will be needing some funding that will then be reimbursed back from the insurance company ultimately. But I noticed in the staff report that there was a policy question around the allocation for COVID-19 as to whether or not the council wanted to consider part of that 4.09 million that was allocated or set aside. If the council would like to consider using some of that for earthquake mitigation as well. So that's a question that we can come back and ask once we have some numbers available.
Yeah, great. That'd be great. Council members, any questions on this item? Okay, I'm not seeing any. If we don't, then let's see. We have a motion sheets available in your work session agenda. If if you just want to decide who among us wants to make that motion later on. I don't think we need a straw poll for this unless somebody wants to make one. But otherwise, I think we'll just move on to our second agenda item. And I don't see any questions, so we'll go ahead and move on. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Lisa, and thank you, Rachel, for your input. We appreciate it. So let's see. Our item number 2 was also a local emergency declaration extension. I don't know if Jennifer Bruno said that she was having some problems with her computer. I don't know if you want to.
I'm here. I'm back.
Hi.
Thanks. Hi.
Anything that you want to add?
No, I would actually, if Katie Lewis, I see her here, so I think she's probably best equipped to walk through the sort of procedural aspects of this, since it is mostly a procedural discussion. And then if you have any questions that I can chime in on, I'll do that.
Great. Katie Lewis, City Attorney, do you want to walk us through the next part?
Absolutely. Hi, everyone. Nice to see all of you on this beautiful Tuesday. The item that you are discussing is the extension of the declaration establishing the local emergency for COVID-19. And this is a process that's laid out under both Utah code and city code. And the process is that when an emergency occurs, the mayor may issue a proclamation declaring a local emergency. And that first proclamation essentially sets forth what the emergency is. So the mayor did that on March 10th, and there are certain things that that proclamation has to say. It has to say what the emergency is, what parts of the city are threatened or affected, and then the length of her emergency proclamation. And under both state law and city code, that proclamation that's made by the mayor that declares the local emergency can be up to 30 days. So we are here a few days now until the expiration of that COVID-19 local emergency proclamation that the mayor made. And city code and state law then say if that local emergency needs to be extended beyond that initial 30-day period, then that must occur by adoption of a resolution by the legislative body. So you all today are considering whether to extend that local emergency. The resolution before you is for another 30 days. But you could make it any length that you want. And also, if you extended it today for a period of time and then in 2 weeks the emergency really declined or wasn't necessary in your minds anymore, you could adopt a second resolution terminating that local emergency. So this is now in your hands as to the continuation of that declaration of local emergency. Now, I just want to clarify that city code says that while a local emergency is in effect, the mayor may exercise certain emergency powers. That's not part of the extension of the local emergency. If you choose to extend, then the mayor may continue to exercise those powers. It's sort of, your discussion today is, does the emergency continue, not what powers may the mayor exercise, if that makes sense. It's sort of decoupled. We've talked about that in the previous council meeting when this first was addressed. So with that, I'm happy to entertain any questions, but that lays out the sort of the world where you are and the parameters that you're considering.
All right, thank you, Katie. Council members, do you have any questions about the procedure about moving forward with extending the emergency? Just out of curiosity, are there any council members who don't feel, I mean, to me, I think it's pretty obvious that we need to continue, but I'm curious, that's based on my assumption. Is there anybody that is feeling differently? Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Katie, and thank you, Jennifer. I think we'll go ahead and move on then to item number 3, which is an update and timeline for the city's 2020 to 2024 consolidated plan, guiding the use of U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development funds follow-up.
Council Chair?
Yes.
Don't we need to make to adopt a resolution? If we're going to, or make a motion?
You'll do that in your formal meeting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Council Chair, I'm sorry, one other thing that I just wanted to bring up to you before you moved on to item number 3 is the resolution does also create a pathway of information for the mayor should she choose to exercise any other emergency powers. So going forward, if the mayor signs any additional declarations exercising the emergency powers, for instance, waiving specific ordinances or other things like that, the administration will provide the council with notice of that specific exercise of power prior to the mayor signing the declaration. So there is a flow of information that the resolution also contemplates, and I wanted to be sure to point that out to you.
Okay, yeah, understood. And council members, we can also, at this point, if we want to add requirements or stipulations that being informed during the period of the extended emergency, we can do that. We just need to incorporate that in the motion. I think that in my view, we have what I asked for would be our standing policy to have a COVID-19 just check-in update every meeting at the beginning of our agenda, but we could, and I'll add too that the administration's been really open and helpful in including us in any other conversations that we've asked to be included in. So if we wanted to add any of those types of stipulations in, we can do that now, or we can just continue going the way that we have been.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, there are a couple of those kinds of stipulations already in the resolution. So as Katie said, the sort of information, the basic information sharing prior to any new executive orders, I think that's the way to put it, is already in the resolution. And we can certainly talk about it if the council has any other ideas they want to incorporate.
Yeah, but if we wanted to add something, now would be the time to do it.
Right.
Okay, I'm still not seeing any hands, so we'll go ahead and move on to item number 3, which is update and timeline for the city's 2020-2024 consolidated plan, guiding the use of HUD funds, follow-up briefing. And joining us for the briefing, we have Ben Ludke from the council office, Lonnie Agerson-Goff, the director of HAND, Jennifer Schuman, the deputy director of HAND, and Tony Milner, HAND policy and program manager.
Council Chair,
Yes.
I apologize for the interruption. I'm just letting you know that we still don't have video for Councilmember Rogers. And unfortunately, Councilmember Valdemoros is having some difficulty getting in to the meeting as well. I believe she can hear us, but cannot speak or provide feedback.
Okay.
So just an update on that. Thank you.
Do we want to take a break and see if we can get on or are you going to keep working on it while we move forward, or what would you like to do?
I believe it's up to you. We're continuing to work through it.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just from the peanut gallery, since I'm not working through the technical issues, we are a little ahead of schedule for the agenda, and I don't know if maybe HAND staff is kind of still gathering to get ready to be on their part of the agenda, but maybe a break would be fine. I don't know.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break and just see if we can get them online? Because I mean, the people who might object to us moving forward are the people who we can hear from. So to wait. Okay, so why don't we do a 5-minute break, everybody? And then Hello, is everybody there?
Hi.
Hi. Anna, are you there?
Yes, finally.
Darren, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Dan
I'm here.
and Amy.
Sure.
Okay, and Andrew? Andrew?
Give me a thumbs up.
Okay, and let's see, and James is still
Yeah, I'm here.
participating by phone. Okay. Okay, well, let's go ahead and forge ahead. We've got one more council member than we had when we started, so that's good. Okay, so we were on the, we're about to start the briefing for the action plan for the CDBG. Or wait, no, I'm sorry. No, we were on the HUD, sorry, item number 3. So go ahead, Ben Ludke, are you ready to move forward?
I'm here.
Okay,
Lonnie has an update on COVID relief funding
okay,
that is being funneled through HUD grants. I think there's also a visual to put up on the screen.
oh boy, okay, gonna add that, okay. Yay, it worked.
Yes, thank you very much, everyone. Good afternoon, council member and council chair. We are very happy to be able to share some good news regarding funding that is coming to us through the Federal CARES Act. If we could go to the next slide. Thank you, whoever's doing the assisting here, Lahua. We have been working with a myriad of partners, working via webinars and other calls. This is not an all-inclusive list of the information gathering that my team has been part of. And I wanted to just let you know that we are actively engaged in learning as much as we can every day. The next slide shows the very compressed timing that has occurred in the past month regarding the declaration of emergency, the signing of the Families First Coronavirus Response Act. Just on the 29th of March, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development put out its first directive on the CARES funding, and then released the funding levels to our local grantees, that is us, via letters to Mayor Mendenhall. And every day we are receiving more information about what we anticipate will be able to work forward quickly. Requirements, waivers, the uses of the monies are all still some balls in the air that we are hoping will land in our laps very quickly, but we are still learning day by day. The next slide. It's kind of where we are at today. We did receive, as I said, funding letters for CDBG, ESG, and HOPWA grants totaling $3,192,203. Those funds are required to be activities tied to the COVID-19 crisis. The HAND team and our leaders in community neighborhoods are working with the mayor to develop priorities, timeline, and process spoken about by Rachel Otto earlier. We are already providing technical assistance to partners in our community, trying to minimize in-person interactions that they have maybe through case management or other work that they do that's very impactful to our community. We're also in close contact with our state and county counterparts, leaders, and trying to work with them as decisions are made on how to coordinate and leverage all of the resources that are coming to the state. And then we anticipate an expedited process, to get the funding out with as little as 5 days public notice. That is way lower number than the 45-day that's usually required with HUD. So there's new information coming, not just daily, but hourly. And so we hope to have more information to the council as we learn more. If there are any questions on that, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
I don't see any hands up, so you can go ahead and keep going.
Great.
I do want to point out, Mr. Chair, that for context, the ESG funding of $1,040,000, this is more than 3 times the amount the city typically receives for the ESG grant.
Wow.
It's great to see that large of a number coming in.
Yeah, that is great.
And for those that aren't as familiar with the ESG, the Emergency Solutions Grant, that is very focused on homelessness. And we obviously have a lot of folks working on that within the city and the county and the state every day. Thank you, Ben, for pointing that out. If there aren't any further questions, I think Lahu is prepared to bring up the slides, and I'm going to turn the mic, so to speak, over to Jennifer Schumann.
Thank you, Lonnie. I want to just give Ben the opportunity to tee up anything in the staff report before I move forward. Ben, was there anything you wanted to add before I move forward?
Just to point out, this is the 3rd briefing the council's having. The first was back in October last year, where the council did an early check-in about the process and provided policy feedback. And then a follow-up briefing was held in February of this year. And this is the first briefing where the council has received the administration's proposed plan as a title. The staff report focuses on 2 of the policy-making areas for the council. The first is deciding what the plan goals and strategy are. And there's a table that compares the goals and strategies under the previous 5-year plan with the administration's proposal for the new 5-year plan. And the other area of focus in the staff report is selecting target areas for where to spend CDBG funding on economic development and public infrastructure improvements. And we can go into those policy questions and the comparison table after the administration's presentation if council members would like.
Thank you, Ben. I appreciate that. So it's so great to hear and see all of you, and I appreciate this opportunity to present this plan in more depth. Mr. Chair, it's a 200-page of great information, and so I'm happy to go through this presentation, or if there's a different methodology that you wanted to use, I'm happy to be flexible. But I wanted to make sure that I was cognizant of the brief amount of time that we have before you today. Did you have a preference one way or the other?
I was going to take us through on the CDBG items, but on this one, you go ahead.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. So I would like to start with a very quick review since it's been 2 months, but I don't know about you all, but it feels like a very long 2 months to me. So this is perfect. We're going to fly through a few of these slides. You have already seen these, many of this content in February. So just a reminder, the 5-year plan, we're looking at these 4 different grants, and the intention of the plan is to address long-term systemic issues that exist in our community, yet still be flexible enough to address some of the maybe emerging needs that we see. And I feel like we're all in the space of a crisis right now, and so I feel like you'll see some of that. If we move to the next slide, just real briefly, these are the different components of the plan. We do have, I believe, sitting in the attendees list, the consultants that helped us develop this plan. So the process talks about the public engagement that we went through, and Mariel Xochimel is is available if we have questions specifically about that. And then the needs assessment, housing market analysis, and the strategic portion of the plan are all very data-driven, very data-heavy. And Susan Becker and Benj Becker with Zions Public Finance Inc. are available to answer any data-driven questions, maybe about the source or the information that came forward. So they're with us today. The next slide is a look back, and this slide looks exactly like how you saw it in February. So I'm not going to spend any time on it, but I really wanted to make sure that we have context as we talk about this 5-year plan as a governing kind of document and path for these dollars. So I felt it was important to still continue to have that continuity there. If we could move forward to the next slide. These next two are the exact same thing as well. It's again providing that continuity. So just a reminder on how the 2015-2019 plan performed. And again, I'm not going to spend any time on this one or the next slide because you've seen this, you saw this in February. This first slide does talk about the goals that we did really well on. And then if we move to the next slide, it actually highlights the areas where we had some challenges. And during the last update, we talked about each one of those in depth. So on the next slide is where it really starts to shift a little bit. And you'll see that it looks very familiar, but it also has some additional information to reflect the outcomes that we anticipate from each goal as they're currently set. We set up this plan for better success and to provide this body, the council, with the most flexibility possible year over year. As we looked at what the outcomes could be, we used past performance, data analysis, trends, and best practices to arrive at these anticipated outcomes. The anticipated or the identified outcomes at the goal level, I wanted to just highlight kind of the flexibility that I'm talking about as we think about the goals and the strategies that underlie them. So if it's okay, I'd like to take a moment to highlight this flexibility. Right. So if we look at housing, the goal is to provide expanded housing options for economic and demographic segments of Salt Lake City's population while diversifying housing stock within neighborhoods. It's a mouthful, I know. Underneath that, you'll see a menu of options, and we anticipate being able to assist a little over 5,000 households. Every year through our grant application process, this body, the council, has the opportunity to prioritize any of these menu options to work us towards those goals. So as we think about our current, the current state of our housing and the crisis that we're facing, perhaps this year the body could, or the council could think about, you know, where are the higher priority areas? And next year, that could be in a different space. Maybe the housing market softens a little and we have the ability to develop more, or perhaps we can focus more on housing rehabilitation. But the idea here is that we're not tying specific dollars to specific outcomes to strategies, but rather to the overall goal, while still providing the council with a great amount of flexibility year over year to identify the priorities of our community. I hope that that kind of highlights some of the flexibility that the way the plan is structured allows you to react on an annual basis to different things that are coming up. Of course, we would encourage diversity in any decision whenever possible, right? You can't put all your eggs in one basket, or that's not always the preferred thing to do, but we can certainly look to address a lot of different issues within our community all at the same time. So under the housing goal, just over 5,000, like I mentioned. Under transportation, we're looking at 120 households, and the way that HUD represents and counts that is based upon census information and down to the census tract and block group for any infrastructure projects. So here again is my plug to definitely make sure our community is participating in the census collection. As we look at economic development, that one's actually split between providing vocational training programs and then revitalizing small businesses in the target area. And that's kind of mixed together. We anticipate about 150 to 200 businesses being able to access these funds depending upon the funding level that the council provides to those types of programming. And about 325 to 375 individuals being able to take advantage of those job training, vocational training programs. If we move to the next slide, we can see additional information for homeless services. Again, there's a menu of options to choose from as our community still is in a new space of how homeless services are implemented in our community. So this does provide a few different options and being able to tailor year over year. So we anticipate being able to assist 2,750 households over the course of the 5 years. And under behavioral health, being able to assist about 500 individuals. Now, when we came forward in February, Councilmember Fowler asked for additional information on the administration, what the administration is doing. And so I did add additional information there. Of course, that's legal. Of course, that's finance, but then it's also hand staff to do the application solicitation, facilitate the public process, contract management, plan analysis, compliance and monitoring, and a whole list of things there that you can see. Councilmember Fowler, did you have a question?
Oh, yes, Councilmember Fowler, sorry. Notes. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I actually have something when you're done. So, and I appreciate the updated information on the admin, but I was just getting my hand up there for when you're done. So I'll revisit it's not really, well, it is a question, but later. I'll come back to it.
Perfect, thank you. It freaked me out to see the hand and I wondered, oh my gosh, how long has it been sitting there? So I apologize. The next few slides are just a few data points. The plan itself, like I said, it's 200 plus pages, and I won't lie, I struggled with what kind of information to bring forward. I am happy to either geek out on data, offline, or to provide additional data points between now and our next meeting. But I did want to bring up just a few things that probably don't surprise you at all. The cost of owning a home has increased over an 18-year period by almost 90%. That's substantial. And our homeowner income has only increased just under 60%. So of course, it's becoming harder and harder to own a home. The same is true for rents, where rents have increased year over year, and income in those households is not keeping up with rents. There needs to be housing assistance regardless of what type of housing you live in. The housing authorities continue to experience incredibly long wait lists that are years and years long. And I did want to bring up a point about the homeless point in time count. This is a count that happens in the midst of winter, 3 nights in January. And you'll note that there's actually a decrease from 2014 to 2019. That's a 25% decrease in homeless individuals that were counted in Salt Lake County during that point in time. And that should definitely be celebrated. We do know that because of this crisis, that even with our best efforts, that number is very likely to backslide as more and more folks find themselves grappling with how to deal with not only the crisis, but the increase of housing costs throughout the city. If we move to the next slide, it highlights again the need for transportation, where the average family in Salt Lake City is spending over $12,000 a year providing for their transportation needs. And this, of course, includes all transportation needs, whether that's the car payment and insurance and all of the fun things, maintenance that comes along with owning a car. To be able to reduce this is very significant in a household that doesn't have an extra $12,000 to determine, $12,000 a year to determine, do I have a car to drive or do I put food on the table? It's the second highest cost in any household. If we move to the next slide, we see a very scary slide with lots of words, and I won't go through all of these words. But I did want to bring forward some behavioral health because that is a new goal for this plan that we've proposed. And you can read these, I believe this information is in your packets, and you can certainly read through this at your leisure. I do want to point out that in 2019, Utah was ranked 48th in a state-by-state ranking for handling mental illnesses based upon the 15 measures that you see on your screen. And while 48 sounds terrible, I mean, we certainly as a community have room for improvement. In 2018, it was 51st. So we have made progress. We need to continue the efforts because we are falling behind in this area and have a very long way to go. If we move to the next slide. Fantastic, thank you. We get to look forward again at the proposed plan target areas. And again, we've proposed aligning this with the RDA areas. The plan actually identifies an opportunity for us to continue spearheading the implementation of this plan in a way that similarly to how we did 1519 for a few years there. And that's where we work collaboratively with city divisions and departments to identify projects that are going on that are catalytic projects that we might want to leverage our limited funds within. So this would mean that on an annual basis, we may work with engineering and streets and transportation, economic development, the RDA, and come together, and others, and come together and say, you know, our target area is all of these RDA project areas, but let's talk about the other projects that the city has that are going on in these spaces, and does it make sense to continue to prioritize within this target area? And that builds in some flexibility for us to naturally be able to move within the spectrum of the entire target area without having to go back to HUD to ask for changes within that space. If we move to the next slide. This slide is not new. It looks just like it did in February, again, to bring forward the strategic actions that this plan looks to accomplish, to maximize flexibility wherever we possibly can, knowing that it is a challenge to work within the federal constraints. I'm very excited to see the changes that they're willing to make for our COVID specific dollars, and continue to look for ways that we can maximize flexibility, not only within the plan itself, but also within how we administer funding. How do we make this easier for our partners? Because we know that it costs a lot for them to administer these funds. To provide long-term stability, support goal-driven, outcome-oriented processes. These funds are not going to complete any project in and of itself, and so being able to leverage with other funding and efforts throughout the city will be paramount. And then expanding opportunity within the RDA project areas to increase housing stability. And in those spaces, we're actually looking to do additional outreach to increase housing stability in the CDBG target area. And then of course, economic mobility. We look to align with growing SLC, the city's 5-year housing plan, and expand housing choices through the promotion of high quality affordable housing. And then the items that will be the projects that would be geographically targeted and limited to the CDBG target area really is the transportation improvements and then the revitalization of small businesses. Everything else is available citywide as clients or households are able to qualify, they're eligible. As long as they're eligible, it doesn't matter where they live, they can access the programs and services. And then of course, the last one is to support the most vulnerable populations in a variety of ways through this plan. And with that, the final slide actually talks about how we get there and how we need to wrap up this and get it submitted soon. But I would love to pause there. I see that there's some questions, Mr. Chair, and so I'd like to provide opportunity to respond to anything that I can.
Thank you. Councilmember Fowler.
Thank you. Jennifer, thanks so much for your work on this. And for the most part, and I've gone back and forth with some of the things, but agree with the plan and look forward to getting it adopted. I do have a question as to when I look at the staff report on page 2, there's as Ben mentioned, there's a table that considers both the 2015-2019 plan and the 2020-2024 plan, and kind of compares and contrasts them. And, you know, I think one of the things you brought up, which I appreciate, is that what you tried to do with this new plan is make it so it was a little bit more flexible, and that the money wasn't just tied to a specific strategy per se, but that it kind of could flow within that group. And I really appreciate that, and I can see some of that being done here. I am concerned and I'm curious as to why the education and health were not proposed as goals in the 2020-2024 plan. When I look at, you know, maybe health could be incorporated in some of the other goals, which may have been done. But the education ones, I didn't really see a lot of focus on that in the 2020-2024 plan. And particularly as we look at the last consolidated plan, one of the goals was the digital divide. And given our current experiences, I think we recognize how real that is and how important it is to address, not just in sort of a very global city way, but particularly as it relates to education, right? I have a 14-year-old that's currently online doing her homework right now. And I know many people in watching or here joining us are homeschooling and have the, if I can, have the luxury of being able to have the resources to do that. So those are a couple of my concerns about not including that education piece. And if I missed it, please point it out. But in our new plan.
Sure, and you didn't miss it. It is not there. As we continue to poll our community members, and we worked with our internal and external stakeholders, there was definitely an acknowledgement that education is important, right? It is one of the ways that we address intergenerational poverty, right? And so it is, and especially as we think about digital divide, right? Being able to produce a quality workforce down the road, many generations down the road. Education is very important. I think the conversations around these goals really came down to what are the highest needs of our community, and education did not rise to the top of the list, and rather focusing on homeless services and that spectrum of housing from homelessness to stability, helping our workers be able to obtain quality jobs, and addressing behavioral health. And as we look at each of these different goals that are in the 2024 plan, they all tie together. And that's not to say that other things couldn't come in and help enhance. As we went through this path, there definitely was it just didn't rise to the level of highest priority need.
Sorry, Amy, did you have a follow-up?
I do.
Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, I think it's interesting to say, as we polled communities and as we looked at stakeholders, that education didn't necessarily rise to that level. And I'm curious as to what all of their education levels are, because I imagine that many of them have higher education levels. I don't know, but what I go back and I'm looking at what we will be talking about in the next agenda item, which is the actual funding for CDBG and all of our grants. And I'm looking at the applications not eligibles. And we have a Boys and Girls Club after school program. We've got access to primary health care through the international rescue committees. We've got preschools and the Guadalupe Center. I mean, all of those programs, and I realize there's not enough money to go to everybody, right? I certainly understand this is part of the hardest thing we do all year, every year. And I end up like feeling good about giving money to some and like then coming home and crying because we didn't have enough money to give to everybody, right? But all of those programs are so incredibly important in it addressing exactly what you're talking about of intergenerational poverty and are the preventative measures to what we are trying to deal with of the band-aid measures of dealing with our or helping our communities experiencing homelessness. And so I for me personally, this is a really big thing. And I think we're seeing more and more of that as we're looking at the experience, as I mentioned today, without kids going, without our schools and without our school districts and without the after school programs and the support, kids don't eat and don't learn. And so I really am advocating and pushing for looking at including education in one way or another, whether it be adding it to some of those other goals as we can create that flexibility that you talked about, which I appreciate, but adding some of that in there because it's important. And I think it is part of what these monies need to be used for, at least for me. So thanks, Jen.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks, Jennifer, for the presentation. There's a lot to like in here, and I understand the flexibility piece is paramount in getting public feedback. It makes some sense. I'm struggling a little bit. In February, I brought up the question about if we expand the geographic target area to include all RDA areas, how do we prevent dilution, essentially, where we can't really make a heavy impact because there's so large a geographic footprint? That's the first question, especially if the whole thing is a target area to give flexibility. What is to say that the squeaky wheel doesn't get the funds? And unfortunately for the city, for a long, long time, from potholes to crime to everything else, it is the squeaky wheel that gets the funding. And I know we're moving away from that as much as we can with new data, but it still seems to hold precedence. So I'm worried about that piece. So if you could talk about that as question number one. The second question for me comes up in that living in Poplar Grove and Glendale and Fair Park, we know we have more kids per capita in that area. And we also know that socioeconomic income is much lower on average there than other parts of the city. And I understand based on the HUD definition, we don't meet the criteria, you mentioned this earlier, about certain areas, right? RCAP and ECAP areas. My concern though is just, as a city, we're becoming more sort of adult and single. And this seems to reflect that more and more. And I know that sort of homelessness we're talking about here is probably single adults and homelessness. And to Amy's point about taking out the education and things, it doesn't seem to rise through the surveys, it sounds like, but it also means that some of the lowest economic areas with the highest percentage of kids aren't reflected in this as much. So help me understand how those areas are sort of supported more or maybe less by default in this plan. Give me some understanding there if you could.
Sure. I'll take the first question. about the target areas and then the second one, if that's okay. I appreciate that you brought that question up in February and again now about how do we make sure that these funds aren't kind of dissolved throughout such a large area. And I think if we on the administrative side look to coordinate and collaborate over where we could prioritize funds each year, I think that could be helpful to make sure that we are focused in a specific target area around catalytic projects that are occurring. And so that is one method that we could use. I would be certainly open to taking a different approach as well. The council has the ability to shift things if they feel like that's definitely within the best interest of the city. The challenge that we ran into with the 1519 target area was that it's good and bad a little bit. It walks this fine line of when it came to certain activities. After year 3, we couldn't spend any more funding on that particular activity in that area because we had done all of the things that were eligible within that space. We had a incredible success with our small business facade program, and that worked really well. And towards the end, we started really seeing that we were kind of running out of a space of not as many businesses that we had anticipated applying because we had served so many that had the need, had identified a need, and we were able to meet that need. And so expanding the geographic target area will allow us more flexibility. And in this plan, we are shifting away from street infrastructure, right, which is very expensive, right? And it does free up a lot of funding to be able to be used towards housing, towards the facade program, the economic development, the transportation infrastructure projects. So it is a valid question. And if you would like to, if this body would like to discuss certainly a different approach, we are certainly open to it. And we're not past the point of being able to adjust accordingly. Is that helpful?
Mr. Chair, I think our current process, and I think we should look at this. I appreciate the need for the diversity, for the flexibility in using the funds more effectively over 5 years, which is hard to plan. I do think the current process of how we recommend CDBG and ESG funds means that the advisory committee is given certain clear evaluation tools based on this, and then it goes through them to the mayor and then to us. So by the time it gets to us, it's already been recommended based on this. So if we don't do this in advance, it's already recommended well in advance of getting to us. And in fact, folks only apply based on what they see in there. And so I want to make sure that, not that we can't course correct midway through, but it sort of has to happen now for next year if we're going to course correct, because agencies and nonprofits and folks who are applying for funding are looking at what we're saying to them, look at what we want to do. And here's the geographic areas. And there may, hoping this won't be the case, but it may be the case that certain target areas for RDA areas will be much more likely to have a lot of applications and a lot more demand than others for a lot of the reasons that we've talked about in previous years about equity issues and access to digital divide's an issue. Just having a physical voice in the city is a problem. And so those are the things I'm kind of concerned about, that I don't want to get to a place, again, where the loudest voices dominate this. And if you're not a loud voice for whatever it is, you don't sort of get acknowledged as much. And it's not anybody doesn't want to acknowledge it, but it's just hard to based on the scale and scope of things we're trying to do. So as a concern, I think I'll talk about that going forward. But my second concern about single adults being overly represented here versus families or children.
Sure. And again, sorry, I'm pausing there for a moment. I agree with you that education is very important, and the plan does not address education directly. If the council would like to see that as a continuing goal, we are not past the point of adding that in, back in as it stood in 1519, or we can shift it. I would just be looking for direction from this body.
Mr. Chair, I think one of my overriding concerns is much larger than this process, which I'm not sure we control or not, I'll say that up front, is the demographics of the city changing and losing kids under the age of 18. Families not being here, schools losing numbers, which you know is happening already to elementary. Those are critical issues long-term for us, 10, 15 years down the road. And we know our housing stock is already aging and is not keeping up with family size. And so I'm not saying that we're doing anything wrong. I'm saying that it's a prophecy where we have created more singles or adults without children. And therefore, when we poll, we get that feedback saying we want more for that. And it's sort of a cycle goes on. And it may not be our priority to keep families in the same numbers that we have in the past. I think it should be, though. I think there's a number of reasons why we need to invest in school-age children and their family structures for the city in a variety of ways, and this would be one of them. So I just want to acknowledge that we're not doing it wrong necessarily, but I think we get in that cycle where, without us understanding or knowing it, we are self-perpetuating that cycle of driving families out. So I'm a little concerned about that.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Dugan.
Thank you, Jennifer. This is very no easy task, and this is it is a beautiful plan, but like everything else, you know, it's a plan, and we're trying to make it even better. So I appreciate all your effort in doing this plan, and I do have the same concerns as Councilmembers Fowlers and Johnston, and mine's more specifically on child care centers, which ties in directly with education, family, you know, and the number of kids. And when I looked at the survey that ranked it, child care centers was ranked number 10th on the priority, which kind of shocked me. But then I looked at the survey takers, and majority of them were from the east side, where the need is from the west side. So my concern is, like, does that pass the smell test? The people taking the survey aren't the ones that are in need of the services. And are we looking at it from the right perspective, and are the right people actually participating in the survey? Because when I look at the education side of the house, child care centers and transportation costs of $12 grand a year, you know, if the child care centers are nearby, those also are the first line of defense on education, the first line of keeping the families together, the first line of building that community, because it's all there. And, you know, the transportation dollars go down, the education gets better, all those things kind of build upon itself. So when I look at the plan, I go, is there spots in there that I miss that have childcare centers that are nearby so they can walk to them and then walk to their small business and still get captured in your goals? Because without that, then they're going to spend more money on transportation and more money leaving the town. So I just am concerned that sometimes the surveys don't pass my smell test, and we need to look at that to capture the education and the family side of it. I'm not sure if that was a question or just more of a statement. Thank you.
Councilmember Valdemoros.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I got confused with my iPad versus computer. I have two questions, Jen, and thank you. This is awesome. And I wanted to ask you, how do you guys reconcile the the health portion that you used to have, or we used to have in the other consolidated plan about the efforts that sustainability does with food access. I think it says food access to fresh, healthy food and for food insecure families and individuals. Because like Councilmember Dugan said, I think there are a lot of needs, you know, maybe in other parts of town that have not been very vocal about it, but the need is still there. And I know sustainability works really hard on it. So that's question one. And then question two is on the economic development portion, the training for vulnerable populations. How do you guys define vulnerable? Does it include, is it only our friends that are experiencing homelessness, or is it also our refugee friends, or who is that? And then in this training vocational programs, are you planning on giving some fund to nonprofits that do the training for these groups, or are you trying to put a program together to train? Just some more info on that.
Sure, beautiful questions. I'm going to start with the second one, the job training one, if that's okay. Vulnerable population, you're right, it can have a pretty wide definition. I think as HUD seems to think about it often, it could be a specific group, maybe it's homeless. Definitely anyone who's 0 to 30% AMI. Also anyone who is disabled, or anyone who is elderly, or anyone who is in a substance behavioral health program training. So the definition is quite broad, and we specifically said prioritizing vulnerable populations, but didn't limit it to a vulnerable population. These programs would be definitely run through nonprofit partners that already have these in existence. So just to name a few that exist in our community, Catholic Community Services, St. Vincent Kitchen could apply. Odyssey House has a vocational training program, First Step House. So we would definitely, look, HAND is not a job training center. We would definitely be looking to our community partners to maximize the impact there, for sure. If I move to the first question about healthy foods, certainly food and being able to have quality food is very substantial and very important to our overall health. As I look at those other health bullet points from the 1519 plan, many of those did get kind of moved and shifted. They might sound a little different, but they're encompassed in other spaces. But the fresh and healthy foods, you're right, it doesn't appear in the new plan. We actually struggled quite a bit in the 1519 plan to find someone that could fill that role of fresh and healthy foods. And it could be because of how it's stated, absolutely. But we were working with the Utah Food Bank, and because they are such a large distributor of foods to our community, some different pantries and that sort of thing. And it became a challenge for them to actually meet the HUD requirements in terms of tracking, and the Utah Food Bank actually stopped applying for funding. So I think some of it is a challenge in being able to meet HUD's requirements, and then a lack of that there's so few that fall within that category that I don't feel like I don't feel like it was brought up as a really high need. Does that answer your questions?
It kind of does, but I was wondering, since we have a division or department already working on it, and I think they have staffing for the healthy food access for people that cannot afford it. Is it something that we can add in the, I'm not sure where it would be, but if we can add, since probably they do have outcomes that we can give HUD as you know, as being what you call it, successful.
Yeah, if the council would like to prioritize that, we're happy to look at that and develop that into the plan.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Valdemoros, did you have any other questions? Okay, I have a question that, going back to what Amy was saying about the education component and the digital divide, I'm concerned that, I'm concerned about the participants talking about education, but I'm particularly concerned that I think this surveying was done before, we had these emergencies, and on the digital divide issue, I think it's really, in my opinion, pushed that issue more to the top. I know that that in one of the budget amendments that we talked about having an equity, digital equity funding of digital equity position. So I want to know if the administration feels that that is adequately going to address the digital divide issue, or if we need to relook at allocating some funding for education for the digital divide in these grants.
I would ask for a lift here from someone that can speak to that more clearly.
Mr. Chair, what I can add is the position you're remembering was titled an equity development full-time employee. And the council did include $60,000 in the annual budget for the position, but this was placed and remains in a holding account pending clarification from the administration. I don't know what the current administration's position is on that proposed new employee, but there is $60,000 in a holding account currently.
And Mr. Chair, if I could just add, this is Jennifer Bruno. The position was proposed by the previous administration, and so we always have this sort of transition challenge when a new administration comes in, might see things a little bit differently. I think when we tried to ask about, or when we asked a little bit about it, the concept was that the more important step in the immediate term is the equity plan. And I think that was part of this budget amendment as opposed to the position, and that the plan could inform what the position, if the position ends up being a priority of this administration's to keep, the plan could inform what that position would work on. So that's just a piece that I know other people might know more.
And the plan that Jennifer referred to is in the budget amendment number 4 later on the agenda today.
Okay, well, I do want to talk about, I don't want to say that, well, we're waiting for one to inform the other, and then we're waiting for that other to inform the other. I think that the point I'm trying to make, and I hope it's coming through, is that, the world has changed since our last briefing, and the world has changed since our survey of the digital divide, and I really would like to see that addressed somewhere in either a budget amendment or in this long-term plan. And I need to know that that is going to be a consideration on one of these things going forward. So, so I'm happy to wait and have my question answered when we get to the other agenda item, but I think that because of the sort of the shift that we've seen in the world since then, that digital equity needs to be elevated.
Mr. Chair, I see that Rachel has her hand raised, and I don't know, she would probably be in the best position to speak to the administration's kind of longer term strategies.
Yeah, okay, I didn't see that. Thank you. Rachel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you also, Jennifer. You essentially teed up what I was hoping to try to convey, which is this is both the equity position that was left over from the last administration, and our transition work around geographic equity and equity as a whole in the city. Both have been a big topic, at least in our office, with David Litback, our senior policy advisor, and Selena Milner and Fatima Diary, all doing quite a bit of background work on how we would want to approach this. And as Jennifer said, or Jennifer Bruno said, and Jennifer Schumann also talked a lot about equity too, but as Jennifer Bruno said, we have, in this next budget amendment, we have the request for the equity plan, and it really goes to this, not just digital equity, although that's a big part of it, but how we can infuse all of our processes in the city with, with a careful eye toward equity. So it's the position, we don't have a specific outcome in mind for that old position yet, but we're hoping that the citywide equity plan could inform what we might do with that position that's in that holding pattern right now.
Okay, so but you feel confident that it doesn't need to be included in this HUD plan then? Or are you saying that you think that the adjustments or the flexibility that's built into the plan will allow us to add it in later if we need to?
Yeah, I think the latter. That's how I had been thinking about it, but I mean, I welcome your feedback on that too.
Well, I guess my concern would just be adding, how hard is it to add something once we put the, I think someone asked this earlier, like once we come up with a consolidated plan, do we have to have permission from HUD to make that sort of change?
Yes, but it is just a process that we have to go through. A fear could be, what if we did the wrong goals, or what if, there's other things that come up. If we get 2 to 3 years in and it's not working, some other need comes forward, we do a substantial amendment. It's not something that's done lightly. It's a large lift, but we can absolutely change it. I think we think about a substantial amendment at the minimum taking probably about 150 days to accomplish. So it's not something that we can turn on a dime and do, but it is certainly something that we can work towards doing if down the road we determine that there is something that we just would like to add to our plan or adjust out of our plan.
Okay. But it's a big staff undertaking is what you're saying. It's a lot.
It does. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Amy, I see your hand up. Did you want to talk? I have another question, but it's about a different issue. Do you want to talk about this issue?
Yes, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, just based on this conversation, I would, and based on what Jennifer Schumann is saying right now, is I would propose a straw poll where we ask Hand and Jennifer to look where in the current plan you could add those pieces of both education that includes the digital divide and food insecurity. We do live, especially the West Side, in a food desert. To look at those sort of overall goals, if there's a way to incorporate those other goals before I know that this, we need this done soon. I know the deadline's May 15th and you need a couple of weeks to get it done. And so I don't think knowing that it was in our last plan, but in my personal opinion, so that's my straw poll, is to give direction to Hand to look at putting these goals in this plan, the food insecurity and the education piece. That's my straw poll. And then just as a side note, it seems to me like I'd rather put it in now, have it be a goal that we may or may not fund in the future, and we may or may not be able to take out, but it's in there because it seems like we're hearing from people that this is something. Mr. Chair, that would be my straw poll.
Okay. So thank you. I see that Anna has her hand up as well. Anna, okay, accident. Okay. So I have a straw poll from Councilmember Fowler that we give direction to hand to look at adding into the plan somewhere something about addressing the digital divide and addressing food access. So that is the poll. Does anybody have any questions or comments about the poll? Councilmember Johnston?
I'm not opposed to the poll, Mr. Chair. I think that I guess my concern overall is that we have a much larger geographic footprint and a much larger set of goals. So we're sort of diluting what we have anyway, and I'm not, those are important things. That's why I was concerned about the geographic piece, because a part of this funding is citywide. I understand that part, but a large portion of it should be targeted to the needs of specific neighborhoods. And so the neighborhood should probably drive the need. Does that make sense? And with areas this large, there's so many needs that we're gonna have so many ways to, we're probably gonna have so many outcomes that you have to be held to. So if we don't meet the outcomes on those areas, we could hurt ourselves essentially. So that's a little dilemma I'm in by having this larger geographic footprint, is we have to have some goals that we can accomplish, and they have to reflect the needs of that large geographic footprint, so it becomes diluted. That's where I'm really concerned about it. Versus before, we had very specific census tracts. We could drill down and say, here are the concrete needs of this area: food desert, digital divide, equity issues, transportation, whatever it was. That's my concern, and maybe Jennifer Schuman can sort of alleviate my concern about that, but that's where I'm sort of concerned about.
Well, we have a straw poll pending, so I want to take that vote first. So are you wanting to hear from Jennifer before we vote, or what?
We can go ahead and vote, but I do want to address that again. The more goals we have, the less likely we are to accomplish them.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and ask for people's thoughts on the poll, and so I'll go ahead and roll call it.
Mr. Chair, my thumbs up.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Rogers. Councilmember Johnson. Okay, Councilmember Valdemoros. Anna, is that a thumbs up from you?
Yes, yeah, sorry. Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Mono.
Yes, my camera's not working for some reason, so.
Okay, Councilmember Dugan.
Yes.
Councilmember Fowler.
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well. Okay, so thank you. I'm gonna I want to address what Andrew's saying, but it kind of ties into my second question that I had, so I'm going to go there, which is just that I'm not persuaded that tying these to the to RDAs or doing them citywide is the best route, and for the geographic equity reason. So I'm surprised it hasn't come up yet, but can we talk about that? Like, does it make sense to say it's for RDAs? Does it make sense to say it's tied to RDAs like 9 Line and North Temple and State Street, but maybe not necessarily others? Does somebody from the administration want to speak to that? Okay. Let's see.
Mr. Chair, I see Rachel's hand up again.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know that there's like a lot to look at, so I just trying to help.
Yes, and if everybody else, if you don't have a question, could you check and make sure and take your hand down, because we've got a lot of hands up right now, and I don't know which ones are up for that or not. So go ahead, Rachel.
Actually, I apologize. My hand is still up from before. I do, but I probably am not the most informed on how this has evolved in this way. But I do, from my kind of limited understanding of it, it seems like this was a way to, I think Jennifer Schuman already kind of tried to address this. But this seems like this was the way that we were going to try to leverage and focus, in a more effective manner to get, more resources and a little bit to accomplish more of our goals in a more targeted fashion. But I mean, I think it's a very valid policy and philosophical type of question. So, if the leveraging of the funding if that's not something that, it seems like it's sort of a philosophical question on that level. A lot of the RDA areas are geographically focused, towards downtown and towards the west side. But that said, I understand, I get the concern. I'm not really sure how to address it other than to say, I think the goal was to leverage that funding and align it with those RDA areas to do that.
Yeah, and I understand that. I understand that was the thinking behind it. I'm just not persuaded that that accomplishes the goal, because the other goal is to address geographic equity, and we have a lot of RDAs. If we did it with the RDAs or the CRAs that we have now, it would put more money on the east side than the west side.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if, if that's the way that we want to, the administration wants to go forward, like, I feel like I need to be persuaded that that is the right thing to do, because right now it seems like it's counterintuitive to the geographic equity goal.
Yeah, I understand that. I wonder if we can try to address that more thoroughly in a briefing.
Okay.
Maybe offline or in small groups in the next couple of days.
Okay. Councilmember Mono.
Yeah, I don't have so much of a question, but I just wanted to echo those thoughts. I also am concerned or at least interested in the reasoning behind choosing the RDA project areas. I think those, in some ways, it makes sense to align multiple city departments focusing in the same area, but I think the areas are so broad that it creates this, to me, it creates a problem for properties or residents that are outside of those areas, but are still in need of help. Specifically, I'm thinking of on the west side of Salt Lake City that might not fall into North Temple or 9 Line. I think those neighborhoods really do need a lot of help with food equity and education, some of the things we've talked about. And to align it only with the RDA project areas means that it's multiple sources of funding and support that are coming into specific areas and that are not coming into other areas. So I just wanted to echo those thoughts.
Thank you. I see that that Amy has her hand up, but I just got a message that Lonnie may be trying to raise her hand but can't. Lonnie, do you want to say something to this, or do you want us to go forward with our questions?
I was trying to raise my hand to just echo, I think, Rachel Otto's suggestion, if it's all right with you, Mr. Chair, and the council, is to follow up to provide more detail about the RDA project area and impact on the geographic equity question.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Valdemoros.
My question on this one is are we, like, do we have to choose a geographic area for the purpose of HUD? Like, we have to say these are the boundaries that we're going to work on, or is this more of a policy? Hey, we're going to focus on the RDA areas because we're trying to solve other things with the RDA tools, and this would be great, but we're not going to limit it to it. Like, it can go anywhere in the city if there's a need, neighborhood by neighborhood.
Lonnie, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I feel technologically challenged and my internet connection at home is making everything lag. I apologize. We have to have a target area by HUD regulation. And it is up to the council to help us guide what those target areas are. I think that Jennifer Schumann might also have a little more to add to that, but I can't tell if she's able to weigh in right this moment.
But we just talked about how some of these are citywide. How can that be?
I would love to provide a little clarity there.
Okay, great.
The only activities that would be limited, excuse me, under the way that the plan is currently written, the only things that are limited to the CDBG target areas is infrastructure improvements for transportation and our commercial facade programming. Everything else is available regardless of where you live, as long as you are eligible for the grant based upon income. Does
Okay.
that help?
Maybe. Councilmember Fowler, sorry, I meant to call on you before Valdemoro. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Oh, nope, I'm good.
Okay, good. Well, I'm glad then. Okay, and then Anna, did you have another question, or is your hand just still up from the last one?
No, did that answer you, like Chris as well, that question that you had between being some of these items being citywide and the others just being or CDBG? I'm just confused, like what the HUD I want to comply with HUD. So I want to know what are my parameters, how to distribute, what are like our priorities and how we're going to make it happen so that we're in good standing.
I don't know that it answered my question. I mean, it was an answer, yes, but I might still have the same concern. I'd have to just think about what that would mean if we were only talking about tying it to CRAs for those two areas, and maybe that's the clarification that is needed, but I'd have to think about it. Council members, we are quite a bit over time on this issue. Does anybody have any additional questions, or are we ready to move on? Okay, I don't see any new hands up. Councilmember Johnston.
Mr. Chair, I would just encourage some meetings get set up quickly with Hand and council members, myself included. If we get the council office and Hand get together and schedule something.
Yeah, okay. Any other, Amy still has her hand up. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Lonnie and Jennifer, for your presentation on that. I appreciate it. Let's move to agenda item number. Whoops. 4, which is the one-year action plan for CDBG for 20 to 2021. We have on this Ben Ludke from the council office, Lonnie Eggerson-Goff, Jennifer Schumann, and Tony Milner as well. So I am going to, if it's all right with all of you, just because we're so behind on time, I'm going to go through these and just say the names of them instead of going all the way into the analysis. And then if people have questions, please, let's see. I will, if we have questions, let's wait till the end, and then we'll go back. So as I read these, tell me if you, or think about it. If you have a question, write it down, and then we'll go to hands at the end. So
Mr. Chair, this is Jennifer. I just want to make sure everyone's looking at the same attachment. So I think Lehua is sharing the attachment on the screen. That's the one that you should be looking at, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, and let's see.
This is the hard copy we all received in the mail.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
So, I am on page 1. These projects are for city administration. We have 3, one for the attorney's office, one for the finance division, and one for housing and neighborhood development. Does anybody have any questions about anything on these? I'm gonna do questions by section. Actually, I just changed my mind. So anybody have any questions about the city administration section? Lonnie Eggers, oh, you took your hand down. Thank you. Okay, great. Then we will move on to the housing section. So under housing, we have whoops. Housing Authority of Salt Lake City Corporation, HAND, Assist Incorporated, Community Design Center, the Community Development Corporation of Utah, Salt Lake City Corporation, HAND Department, for Community Land Trust, Salt Lake City Corporation, HAND Department for Targeted Repairs Pilot Program, NeighborWorks Salt Lake, and Salt Lake City Corporation, HAND for Small Repair Program. And the first HAND program was for Housing Rehabilitation and Homebuyer Program. Does anybody have any questions about any of the housing requests? Councilmember Fowler.
Hi. Yeah, I do have a couple of questions here. So one of the questions is about putting money into buying land for the Community Land Trust. I mean, I'm confused about that right now, and maybe want to know why that became a priority and why, where people are on the Gateway Inn acquisition. I think that we should probably buy it. I know that I've been talking about this, and I talked with Andrew a little bit about it, and maybe this isn't the right format to buy it, but I wanted to bring that up. And then I've been thinking a lot as I went through all of these last couple of days about the programs for down payment assistance, affordable housing, and revitalization programs. This one, of course, is from CDC Utah, but given the state of affairs, I recognize that these recommendations were probably put together before COVID-19. But I wonder if in some ways our priorities have changed a little bit. And if we're looking through these, some of the unfunded ones, like I have been a huge proponent of getting more home ownership in Salt Lake City. I want people to buy homes and be able to stay here. However, I think there is this balance between having people be able to stay here and then renters assistance. We did get money from the CARES Act, so maybe that addresses some of my concerns. But I don't know. I need to talk about this. So that's out there in the world for anyone. Those are my concerns and questions on this section.
Okay, so what I see is on the new sections that are added that it doesn't appear that we're taking any money from the ones that from what I see, all of the 8 programs under housing, the ones from previous years are getting funded at their current or level or increased slightly, and then the new programs are just new. It doesn't appear to be taking anywhere. Is that accurate?
Yeah, but my biggest concern on this one was about buying the Gateway.
Okay. Does somebody want to speak to that specifically? Lonnie Eggerson-Goff, you have your phone or your hand up. You've successfully raised your hand.
That's progress.
Yeah.
I was actually hoping that either Rachel or the mayor
can
can
chime
speak
in.
to that?
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I definitely want to see the Gateway turning over into something better for the community. I don't, at the time, and Councilmember Fowler, you're right. Like, I feel like it was 10 years ago that we made these adjustments to it, even though it was about a month ago. And I hadn't come back to the Gateway item on here since then. So I'm sorry that it just hasn't come across my mind in the last 4 weeks. But at the time, it was looking like, and I was hearing from another entity who was in the process of trying to acquire it and to turn it into some dramatically different structure, but some good housing mix. So it didn't feel like we had to be the ones to come in and do that. And this was, sorry, thanks for sharing the screen. This is the one for Salt Lake City Housing Authority, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And they didn't have their funding put together either. So and Lonnie, correct me if I'm wrong there. I think that maybe Jen went back, or Tony, and checked in with them, and they didn't have their funding package put together. So with those two reasons, that's why it didn't come through for me.
Thank you, Mayor. And now that you mention it, Andrew and I talked about this last night, and he did say about funding sources and stuff. And so I guess that was it. So thanks, Mayor. And
Okay. Councilmember Valdemoros.
Right. Two things. I think this is one. I think this one speaks to what we were just talking about. That this is in a target area. It's in the North Temple area, so this is where we could potentially leverage, funding, and so it would make sense in such an area. So just to throw it out there. I'm still hopeful. I think it received a high score from the CDIP board, so I will be in support of funding this one. But the other question I have is for CDCU. So they're asking for $268,000 for first-time down payment assistance, but they've already received $133,000 for the same program out of the Funding Our Future housing programs. And so this is the one that I don't know how well they perform, if they have been able to use the funds that we provided in the past, but this one looks like it's a lot to be funded for the same thing, and it could be somewhat shifted to some other needs that we may have. But that's just to put it out there.
Lonnie, you have your hand up again. Do you want to answer that?
I actually am hoping that we can invite Tony Milner, our project and policy manager, to speak a little bit more to that. He had a lot more close contact with the CDCIP board during this process.
Okay, let's go to him, and can you put your hand down? Thank you. Tony Milner, go ahead.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Yeah, to kind of speak to the last question about CDCU, why if they're getting currently funding from out of another source, Funding Our Future. The Funding Our Future source dedicates that certain target profession, households with a certain profession are being served by that. Plus, so this one would be open more just to the public, plus it would have a higher AMI, which would be 100% AMI for the applicants.
Okay. Okay, Councilmember Johnson.
going back to the housing authority requests, and I know it's awkward to have this in a public meeting and talking about a private property. I do think it should be reevaluated quickly, and maybe even under the context of the new COVID funding in some creative way. The reason I say that is because the score is 85. I mean, it's quite high for what the needs is. If it flips, 3 blocks of North Temple on a transit line could be fairly quickly redeveloped by existing developers. And the volume of housing that could come out of that could dwarf a lot of other things we're trying to do here. That's why I would say I understand the rationale here and the complicated nature of the housing authority funding package, negotiations with a private landlord, et cetera. I do think it should be kept very high on the front of any list we have for housing right now, and pursue it at, say, at all costs. But it's at significant cost. And I say that knowing that, but again, on a transit line, directly in front of a transit stop that's zoned for quite dense housing. And most developers who are talking about it are waiting because of the perception of that neighborhood. The perception can change in that neighborhood. You could have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of units of housing go in there. The city could do some affordability in there and those kind of things. That's why I'm pushing so hard for it. It's not just about that neighborhood being overrun by some problem elements right now. It's about the capacity to hold housing there, which I think is difficult to find elsewhere in the city at this point.
Okay, so it sounded like that was more of a suggestion than a question. Do you need an answer to that?
No, I just want to make sure it keeps the top of every list because oftentimes we go through this and it sort of falls away. And the mayor said it very well. We get distracted by all sorts of other stuff. Crises galore right now. I want to keep this in the very front of every funding option we've got across the board.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Dugan.
I want to kind of echo what Councilmember Fowler said about number 4, the CLT purchase. You know, if these are vacant lots, is it really the right time to be purchasing vacant lots? And if we need any money for the number 3, the gateway, there's another 250 grand to go there if we're missing something. But I really am concerned that we have to look at it in today's light, not 4 months ago. And I think we need to relook at some of these purchases or some of these line items and say, is this the right thing in today's environment? And I think number 4 may not be in the right light in today's environment.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Mendenhall, excuse me.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention, because I appreciated what Councilmember Johnston said a few minutes ago about families and losing families in the city. 2 things, one on number 4. One is that it's not about vacant land. It can be about anything. And correct me if I'm wrong, Lonnie or Tony, but the Community Land Trust isn't bare land. It can be housing, it can be existing housing, it can be buildings that the city owns. And that this is the assisting home buyers, assisting families, people who are making around 100%, and which is to the CDCU piece of it, but assisting people in being able to afford housing is very much about, or fits with that desire to make sure that we're making it possible for families to afford housing in this city, and that we don't continue to have a flight of families out of the city. So I just wanted to clarify that it's not about vacant land necessarily at all on number 4. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Dugan, you still have your hand up. Did you have a question?
Oh, no, thanks a lot. Thanks for the clarification.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move us to the next section. Again, I'll just read the title of the project, and I'll give you the really brief project description. If you'll keep your comments to the end. Remember, we are about We're over an hour behind, so make sure that you try to synthesize your comments while you are thinking about or questions while we're going through this. So community or Catholic Community Services of Utah, this is for the St. Vincent Kitchen Academy. Catholic Community Services of Utah for the Wiegand Homeless Resource Center. First Step House for employment preparation and placement. Volunteers of America for the Geraldine King Resource Center. First Step House for the Peer Support Services. Salt Lake City donated dental services for the Community Dental Project. The Road Home for the Road Home St. Vincent de Paul Overflow Shelter. YWCA for Provisional Support Employment Program. The Road Home for Housing Navigation Services. South Valley Sanctuary for Domestic Violence Victim Advocate. The Columbus Foundation for Community Employment. The Odyssey House, Inc. for Vocational Training Program. Wasatch Homeless Health doing or DBA 4th Street Clinic for Medical Outreach Support Team. Salt Lake City Transportation for Hive Pass Will Call. Odyssey House for the Teen Residential Teacher Salary Support. Asian Association for their Homeless Prevention Program. The In Between for Hospice and Medical Respite for Homeless. Alliance House for Clubhouse Model Program of Rehabilitation. House of Hope for their nesting place. English Skills Learning Center for Job Readiness ESL for immigrant and refugee adults. Rape Recovery Center for Stabilization Healing Services for Survivors. Utah Health and Human Rights Project for Holistic Services for Survivors of Torture. Shelter the Homeless for Salt Lake City Homeless Resource Centers. Journey of Hope for Advocacy and Case Management Services. Big Brothers Big Sisters for one-to-one youth mentoring. Boys and Girls Club of Greater Salt Lake for their after-school program. Community Health Centers for access to primary healthcare services. Guadalupe Center educational programs for early learning. International Rescue Committee for their Getting Up to Speed program, expanding digital services for refugees and asylees in Salt Lake City. Neighborhood House for quality, affordable education preschool. Spy Hop Productions for their after-school program, and the Utah Pride Center for their roof replacement. Those last ones that I read you, sorry, I should have said this, from starting with Big Brothers and ending with Utah Pride Center are not eligible. So let's go ahead and anybody have questions on this? I'll start with Amy Fowler. Amy, your mic's not on.
Sorry. We sort of have a lot of questions, but I'll start with the last thing that you said. When you read that they're not eligible, and I think that, were you reading from this list, the little list, not the big packet?
The short one, the 3-pager.
Yeah. When you go to the big packet, it says it's not eligible because it doesn't meet the consolidated plan goal. So my question to Hand, or whoever wants to answer it, my understanding is that by saying the application is not eligible, it doesn't mean that it doesn't fit HUD guidelines. It means that it doesn't fall within the goals of the consolidated plan. Is that accurate?
You are correct. The consolidated plan goals, as proposed by the administration, were the basis for disqualifying these applications. So if the council changes the consolidated plan goals, then some of the applications that were disqualified could re-qualify.
And we're basing these applications off of the consolidated plan that we just heard about in the last agenda item.
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay, so which ones would not meet the HUD qualifications? Do we know that? You said some.
I think they all meet the HUD qualifications. I think what Ben meant was if we change the goals of the consolidated plan that has been proposed, then some of these applications would fall into line with those goals. They don't meet the requirements because, for example, and I gave this earlier, the Boys and Girls Club doesn't meet it because in the proposed consolidated plan, education is not one of the goals. Therefore, that application does not meet the goals of the consolidated plan. However, if we were to change the consolidated plan, then that would likely fit into meeting the requirements. That's my understanding. Ben, am I wrong?
You've got it.
Okay, so you said you had other questions?
I think for now that's good.
Okay. Councilmember Valdemoros.
I don't know if it's a question or not, but maybe it's somewhat of a frustration, but I don't understand it. Is that the portion, the CDBG neighborhood improvements, where you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you have Salt Lake City, Ken engineering, and then transportation. There's 4 applications, and they're not eligible. So if we knew the rules beforehand, why are we spending time on applying on these ones, since we know they're not consistent with our consolidated plan. So I just wanted to throw it out there, but maybe something changed. I don't know why we would apply for it when we know we're not going to get it.
The clarification, Councilmember Valdemoros, is the goals for the new consolidated plan were developed and selected after the application deadline. There were nonprofits and organizations applying before they knew what the consolidated plan goals were going to be recommended by the administration. So it's a timing issue, and it's something that could be improved in the process the next time around. But unfortunately, that's where we are today.
I need to clarify something, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I was just gonna
This
ask.
happens every 5 years. This is the way it rolls every time that we have to create a new plan. And the people applying, I was told by hand, were aware that the rules were changing, that it was time for the city to adopt or, send to HUD its new approach, and that this is what happens every 5 years. So I just want to, we need some historic context here, that this wasn't an anomaly, really.
Right. I do want to ask, oh, sorry. Okay, thank you, Mr. Cindy Gus Jensen, did you want to speak to that?
Well, just a question. We might be misunderstanding. It's been a different type of year because of the change, so many personnel changes, as well as the change in mayors. But this all started way before we had Mayor Mendenhall. But is it not possible, or is it possible, I should say, for the administration to begin the process of updating the plan in time to take to have it completed and through the council before the applications are taken? So just learning from this for the next 5 years, couldn't the plan begin in year 4 and then be adopted in concept by the administration and legislative body, and then be made available for the applicants? And that's an honest question. I don't know the answer.
Mayor Mendenhall, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I don't know the answer either, Cindy, but I hope that someone from HAND will chime in who does know the answer.
Thanks. It just might be helpful for next round.
Hey, Councilmember Johnston. Oh, Jennifer Schumann, just raise your hand. Let me put you on pause, Andrew, and let Jennifer answer.
Thank you. And Cindy, I appreciate the question. We have looked at this and whether or not we can start a year earlier. I do want you all to know that we started this process about 15 months ago. So we do start kind of that solicitation and process very early on. The challenge that we run into is the data. HUD is so delayed at getting us data that we end up making a new 5-year plan based upon 8-9-year-old data. And so we try to balance that. Our community as a whole, meaning all of the entitlements within the state, are also in the same space of developing a plan at the same time. And so if we were to do it a year early, it makes it a lot more challenging to be able to coordinate or leverage efforts for issues that do span across municipalities. So that is something that we have taken into consideration. I have not met a community who has started the planning process 2 years in advance of adopting a plan. So we don't know what that would look like, but certainly open to whatever advice that you all may have, because this is a challenge every 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnston.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I was going to ask a question and then kind of recuse myself in some ways. The question was just if the administration could talk through. It looks like most of these recommendations are based on the prioritization scores, but how would they fit together in the broader context of how homeless services are funded, the resource centers, outreach, all the things we're talking about here? Are these matching up with state funding and county funding and shelter for homeless funding? Might help put some context to this. And then just say, because I work for one of the applicants, Volunteers of America, I wasn't going to participate in the conversation, and I won't be participating in the vote itself. This particular
Okay. Did you want a response to your non-participation, or?
This is Tony.
I thought it might be helpful to give a little more context from the administration side if they have more information about how it's fitting together.
Okay. Go ahead.
Tony Milner here. I can briefly speak to that, Councilman. Is just that during when staff do their administrative review, for every application, they have a program budget and they spell out their budget. We're looking to see how, for every single activity that they're requesting, of just the other sources that are supporting that budget, and put it in that context per application, per project.
Okay. I am going to call on myself. So all of the 8 programs, it looks like, who did receive funding in the past, who have been eliminated, are because they would have gone into either the health or the education categories under the previous plan. Is that, and since we are not identifying those as areas of need, that's why these applications that were previously funded are not being funded. Is that correct?
Council Chair. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Tony.
Well, I'll just quickly mention to and kind of reiterate what's already been mentioned. It's just that, again, it happens every 5 years. What we did when we did our grant training, we counseled all the applicants and trained them to basically say, we just encouraged them to apply for what their current needs were, but then did caution time and time again that once the goals and strategies were determined, that any application that didn't align with the plan, new goals and strategies, would unfortunately be removed from the process.
Right, but what my question is the 8 that received funding before that didn't receive funding this time, the only difference is because of the administration's proposed changes to the HUD guidelines. There additional concerns with those applicants other than getting rid of or not having those two areas identified in the plan moving forward, education and health. Is that correct?
Council Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I am definitely having internet provider struggles at my home. I apologize again.
Mm-hmm.
For clarification, yes, those that have received funding in the past, I think there might be two that Tony could identify more quickly than I can. All the others, because of the consolidated plan proposal, that is the ineligibility that is showing. So as we've said earlier during this conversation, if the council chooses to change the consolidated plan strategies, and we will be looking at that with the mayor and bring that back to you very quickly, these could become eligible.
Okay, so it looks like I'm seeing, I think I know the two. So the in-between, it doesn't say that was disqualified on the larger sheet. And then it looks like the Utah Pride Center one was disqualified, but it says that the application was erroneously applied for under public services. So are those the two that we're talking about that don't,
You're correct about the Utah Pride Center. The in-between wasn't removed due to not being eligible.
Okay, what was the reason for that one then?
For the in-between not being funded?
Yes.
The reason why was it scored a little bit lower. You can see the scores, it scored a little bit lower than the other ones. I reviewed the application comments done by the review board. They put a lot of time and energy into this. They actually reached out through the staff to the in-between for further follow to help clarify their questions. Their questions mainly kind of came down to clarification on past outcomes and then outcomes that would be accomplished with this application and with this grant. So there was a little bit of confusion. The in-between staff was good enough to respond back with clarification, which was then passed on to the board. But I think that helped kind of bring down the cost overall. This is something that I spoke to the in-between about and kind of relayed that funding score and then also that recommendation.
Okay, so so you're saying when they got back to you, it still didn't address the issues that the board had in terms of the strength of their application?
Correct. It wasn't anything large concerns from the board. It was just mild concerns about stated outcomes and clarification.
Okay. I would love to know more about the specifics of that, but we can talk about that offline because I hate to see that they're not getting any funding from us. But I can follow up with you offline for more specifics on that. Councilmember Dugan.
Well, I would like to get on that same conversation because we've seen a lot of letters and I'd like to know a little more about the in-between because I know they're asking for almost twice as much, but it would be kind of sad to see that get no funding. The other question I have is on the South Valley Sanctuary. It's asking for, 50 grand. We're giving them 30 for a full-time advocate. My question is 30K enough for them to get the full-time advocate? And is there some way to, again, look at the funding to make sure that we're not giving someone a 50-foot rope when they need a 100-foot rope? And then when we say, well, you got to buy the 50-foot rope, and well, it doesn't really do me any good to have a 50-foot rope when I'm going to rappel for 100 feet. So in this case, they're asking for 50 grand, but they were giving them 30, but that really doesn't solve the problem because it's not going to give them what they need. So I look at that one line item on that one case and say, is there a better way to slice up the pie? I know it's only we only have one size pie, but can we slice it up so that they actually can use all the money that we're going to give them, and it's going to benefit all of them? That makes sense?
It does. No, and thank you, Councilman Dugan, for the question, because it does apply to some of the other recommendations as well. The $30,000 amount is basically the basement threshold that we have for any of our grants, and we have that threshold just because of cost to actually administer the grants. Whether or not that is something that South Valley Services would still be able to administer their program, that's something that the board tries to always keep in mind. They try to dig through the budget as much as possible and see where there's room in there to have scalability. And if not, if sometimes the applications say without this exact dollar amount, we would not be able to do the program, the application and the program, then the board takes that into consideration. So, however, this is something that if once the council is done with their recommendations, everything needs to kind of be bounced back off of the applicants to make sure that they're still able to accomplish what their stated project was. And if there does need to be modifications, our team takes that into consideration when we're preparing the agreements.
Thank you.
Okay, Lonnie, you have your hand up. Is that intentional?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I wanted to also point out that it is under the council's purview entirely to modify the recommendations that came forward through the CDCIP board and the Housing Trust Fund Advisory Board that came then through the mayor's recommendation. If the council chooses, you may restore the 40,000 or make a different suggestion on the funding for the in-between. And that holds for all of the different applications.
On the, just one more clarifying question on number 7 on the big list, Catholic Community Services of Utah, is that a new program, or did they apply in 2019, 2020 and didn't get anything?
Sorry, I'm trying to catch up.
So it's for the St. Vincent Kitchen Academy.
That was something that they did apply for last year and was not funded last year.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Mono.
Yeah, so on that same note, and I understand Councilmember Johnston's comment that it shouldn't be the loudest voice that gets the funding, but we did get a lot of comments on that. And they scored fairly low in relation to some of the other ones, but and maybe just point me to what I might be missing it in the staff report, but is there a place that shows why the in-between or some of these other organizations scored what they did rather than just the number? I tried to look through the staff report. I don't see like any more information. Is that something we can get? Just because I wouldn't want to override the mayor and the board's recommendations if they were founded, but I can't find in my packet where that sort of additional information is.
I don't think it's there, Councilmember Mono, and I think we can add you to the discussion that I've asked to have offline that Councilmember Dugan's also interested in at the in-between.
That would be great.
Okay. Okay, council members, I don't see any other hands up on this issue. We have, unfortunately.
Mr. Chair, one more question. Sorry.
Oh, yes, Councilmember Dugan.
Maybe you guys already mentioned this, but any of the $3 million for the COVID-19, could that be used for anything that we've just discussed? And it's a general question. I'm not sure who can answer that one.
Mr. Chair, it looks like Lonnie's hand is up. Maybe she could answer that, but I don't know if that's just still up from last time.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm sorry, Lonnie. If you would go ahead.
Yes, so the new monies, the 3.1 million coming through the COVID CARES Act could be through a process that the council helps us direct, utilized to fund some of these applications that are not fully funded in this particular process. Did that answer your question, Councilmember Dugan?
Thank you very much. That helps.
Okay, council members. So unfortunately, we don't have run out of time, so we're gonna have to finish the discussion about the other CDBG categories at our next meeting. And we also are gonna have to bump the transportation master plan discussion. And we will not have time for a break either, because we do need to get through agenda item number 6, which is the budget amendment for number 4. We delayed that from our last meeting for time reasons. And then we need to have our, so we need to have that discussion, which is an hour-long discussion, and then we need to have our interviews before for the board items. So sorry about the time on that. But let's go ahead and skip to agenda item number 6, which is budget amendment number 4. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to say thank you for everybody for weighing in on the CDBG discussion, and I appreciate you being here for our meeting. On item number 6, Ben, do you want to start us off?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm sorry, it's Cindy. May I ask for some staff instruction on the previous item, the CDBG? I have a suggestion to run by you.
Okay, great.
Would it make sense? I think it's more difficult than maybe anyone really would have thought to be at the back end when some policy constraints have already been put in place. One of the things that Jen Schuman mentioned in her introduction, or in response to one of the questions, is that the plans can be amended. And so what I wondered, is it worth us checking on what the minimum is that can be submitted in a plan? What are the basic bones of a plan that can be submitted to the federal government in good faith? And then what kind of timing could we have in amending it so that the mayor and the council can be not as constrained in this situation, and actually have time for those policy discussions. So question is it worth us pursuing the question of what's the bare bones that could be submitted to get us through?
It is for me. Somebody's typing and it's very loud. Council members, any other questions or any other thoughts on what Cindy just proposed? If not, then I'll say that, yeah, Cindy, I think that we would be interested in pursuing that question.
Okay, we'll at least work with the administration to see what we can, what information we can bring back to you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, now let's move on to agenda item number 6, the budget amendment number 4. And then,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
the first item to discuss is an updated table of revenue projections. If we can scroll down on the staff report just a little bit. And Mary Beth, Finance Director, is available to give a quick update on this.
If I could just give a tech update, Council Chair. We need those who were in the attendee list and have moved into panelist position for the budget discussion. if you could please select your communication tab at the top of your meeting event window and adjust your audio connection to use your computer for speaker and microphone. Mary Beth, you do not have audio right now. So I just wanted to state that out loud. I apologize, Chris, that was my typing.
Oh, okay. Thanks. All right.
Sorry. So people are connecting into the audio just right now.
Okay, great.
Lonnie, if you could lower your hand.
Ben, do you recall what item we left off on?
Yes, we're on item A4. Do you want to jump to that one?
Yeah, as soon as everybody's ready, I think.
So Mary Beth, I do have a video option for you. I just don't have audio. So if you want to check on your audio connection, again, under the Communicate tab, you can go to speaker microphone settings, and it will permit you to choose which microphone to use. I will let you know that we are still having some trip ups with Apple products and the camera. So if you are using an Apple device and we cannot get either your camera or your microphone working, we may need to have you call in. So Mary Beth, it looks like you have microphone access now. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Chair, I'll turn the time back to you. I have several who have been able to get the audio up, and I will troubleshoot and mute myself while I do that. Thanks.
Okay, great. Ben, if you want to take us through these, just try to be brief, and then I'll be watching for hands for questions from council members.
Okay. Item A4, the council appropriated $408,000 of parks impact fees in fiscal year 18 to build a new bridge over the Jordan River to Bachman Elementary School. It's estimated this would benefit about 350 students. The administration is requesting $727,000 in additional funding. This is a 178% cost increase. The new total project cost is $1.1 million. The materials increased in price due to the tariff and trade war, as well as unexpected challenges for building in a floodplain. So the council has three options. You can fully fund this request using parks impact fees. You could fund a smaller amount at $420,000 to build the bridge. This would not fund landscaping improvements for about 2 acres around the bridge. Or you could decline the funding, in which case the project would be unlikely to be able to proceed with the original appropriation amount.
Great.
Item A7, this is a request for additional streets equipment, $466,000. It would purchase a third slurry truck. The city currently has 2 slurry trucks, one for each of the 2 streets maintenance crews. The third truck would allow preventative maintenance to occur without taking one of the streets crews out of operation. Because there are only 2 trucks, 1 per crew, if one of the trucks goes down, the crew is unable to operate. That takes us to A8. This is a $20,000 request to reallocate funding to Local First. It's a result of an irregularity in accounting. The city has funded $20,000 to Local First for, I believe, 12 years. This is continuing that ongoing appropriation.
Council Chair, if I could just interrupt here. I'm trying to make sure we have audio on all those who are not yet in audio. If I could just ask them to open up their chat feature, it's the small message button on your floating menu at the bottom of your meeting event screen. Thank you.
Next is A9. a request for $142,000 of fire impact fees to complete the fire training facility. The council appropriated $139,000 to design the facility in fiscal year 2017 and $900,000 in fiscal year 18 to construct it. This request is a 14% cost increase due to unanticipated costs for replacing a rotted sewer line, seismic improvements, as well as upgrading a water line. It is fully eligible for fire impact fees. Not seeing any questions, so I'll keep rolling. A10, this is a request for $280,000 for severance payouts for the prior mayor's office. This funding is necessary for the mayor's office to continue operating through the end of the current fiscal year. A11, this is a request for a new full-time employee position, the Chief Administrative Officer.
Ben?
The requested.
Sorry, it's James. I had my hand up on A10. Can you
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you, James.
Can you go into a little bit more detail and talk about bonus, the line item bonus on that A10, 85,000?
I can talk about it. This is Mary Beth.
Great.
When Mayor Biskupski decided not to rerun, she gave a $5,000 bonus to everybody that would stay on. And that's where the $85,000 came from, is that she wanted to ensure her staff would stay on through the end of her term, and then gave them a $5,000 incentive bonus to complete their term with her.
Thanks, Mary Beth.
Yeah, sorry, I missed you, James.
A11, attachment 1 has the job description for the Chief Administrative Officer. This funding request of $73,500 is for 4 months of the position. The ongoing annual cost is $220,500. A12 is a request for a new full-time employee, an economic development manager. The request of $36,500 is for 4 months of funding. The ongoing annual cost is $109,500. The job description is available in attachment 5, and the job description is a little different than what's listed as the title in the transmittal. The job description is a technology and innovation strategic industry advisor. They would focus on doing site visits, business assistance, and collaboration. A13, this is a request by the mayor's office for an additional executive assistant. This would be a new full-time employee. The $26,500 request is for 4 months in the current fiscal year. The ongoing annual cost is $79,500.
I have a question on that. So is this just a second executive assistant for the mayor?
So this executive assistant, this would be the new CAO. So because the CAO position is a new position, they're going to need an executive assistant as well.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That takes us to A14. This is a request for just under $60,000 for census, marketing, and outreach. Some of the funding would backfill materials that have already been purchased. The city's outreach started in October of last year. Attachment 4 provides a more detailed line item breakdown of these costs. The outreach and marketing focuses on the city's hard-to-count populations, such as students, renters, and non-English speaking residents. And there's a policy question if the council would like to ask the administration how the pandemic is altering the planned outreach.
I don't see anybody raising their hand, so let's go ahead and move forward.
A15, this is a request for $1,200 for the city's foundation. It will cover banking fees and the foundation's tax return. This will be an ongoing item.
Okay.
A16 is a request for $54,000 for a new full-time employee, the Chief Innovation Officer, or CIO. The annual cost will be $158,000. The CIO will be housed in the mayor's office and will work under the newly created Chief Administrative Officer. The job description is attachment 9. And this position would be a management consultant to departments, and they would identify and help scale up creative ideas and uses of data in the city.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Council, or yes, Mayor. Oh, sorry.
Ben, we got you an updated list, probably too close to when the meeting started at 2 o'clock, but there's several of these that we are suggesting the council consider delaying for the FY21 budget, and that amongst those things that we emailed you is A16. And I'm happy to go through if there's any questions about other items that are delayed, but I think council staff has that.
Yes.
Yes.
While we look at that, Councilmember Dugan has a question.
I was just going to say that I would recommend to delay it, and I also just saw the email about delaying it until FY21. So I'll take my hand back down.
Okay. Thank you.
Council member Cindy forwarded you that list in an email at 2:33. So if you wanted to look in your email, I think it has that list of shorthand stuff.
Okay. So Ben, are you comfortable continuing to go through this and just checking on the two lists?
I will do my best. I wish I had an extra screen, but yes, we can keep going.
Okay.
A18 is a request for $2.3 million to purchase 3 new fire vehicles, a pumper truck, a ladder tender vehicle, and a hazmat equipped engine. Funding this purchase would allow the fund to replace approximately 90 other vehicles next fiscal year. The fire vehicles are typically the most expensive that the city purchases, and this one-time appropriation would free up dollars in the fleet fund to purchase 90 smaller vehicles in other departments.
Sorry, Councilmember Dugan, did you have a question? Nope. Okay, go ahead, Ben.
This would also be the first use of funding our future dollars for the fire department, and this is consistent with the council's policy direction, which defined public safety as 911 dispatch, police, and fire. The council had asked in the last briefing if fire impact fees could be used to purchase these vehicles. There's currently a $1.1 million balance of fire impact fees. $880,000 of that is planned to pay debt service on 2 bonds that built fire stations number 3 and number 4. And there's also item A9 we just touched on, which is requesting the use of fire impact fees in the amount of $142,000 to complete the fire training center. This would leave a balance of $116,000 for other fire impact fee eligible uses. But the council may want to hold on to those because the $880,000 debt payment on the 2 bonds is an annual debt payment that the city needs to make for several more years.
Mr. Chair, if it's okay with you, sorry, we're kind of adjusting as we go. Because Ben is leading you through the staff report and has one screen. I will be tracking along the administration's list and highlighting where they are asking you to adopt something tonight. I won't mention, I won't chime in unless they're asking you to adopt something tonight. So just because then I'd be talking a lot. So the items that we've gone through so far that they have asked you to consider adopting tonight are A2, which is the rail spur removal, A4, which is the bridge to Backman, A8, which is reallocating local first funding, A9, which is the fire training facility, A10 relating to the severance payout, A11, which is the position of the CAO, A12, which is the economic development manager, A13, which is the mayor's office executive assistant, A14, which is the census budget, A15, which is the SLC Foundation. And then I will ask Ben to help clarify, because I think he had a back and forth clarification with Lisa that they had included the fire apparatus as a needing to adopt tonight and now don't need it. Ben, could you clarify on that?
That's correct. A17 was a request for funding to replace fire extrication devices, more commonly called Jaws of Life. That was withdrawn, and the city is currently waiting to see if a grant will be awarded to fulfill this need. So it is not an item the council needs to adopt tonight.
Okay, and then item A18, the fire apparatus replacement. So if council member, and what Ben is going to need to do is update the motion sheet for tonight.
Yeah.
Based on those items. So if any council members have any concerns about any of those items, we might want to talk about them now. And then what I'll do is I'll jump in at each one that Ben gets to and clarify that it's something that needs to be adopted tonight. So are there any concerns about adopting any of the ones I just read?
Councilmember, can you have your hand up?
Yeah, the concern would be A4 because there's 2 out there. Fully fund it, the bridge to Backman, or no landscaping, which is I think saves like 400 grand. That would be 2 different line items, right, on the motion sheet. Is that true?
I think yes, you could clarify. Sorry, go ahead, Ben. Sorry.
The request for the bridge to Bachman, if the council just wanted to fund the bridge, it would be $420,000. An additional $307,000 is requested for landscaping around the bridge.
Okay.
So how will it appear then on the motion sheet, just the bridge or the bridge and the landscaping? Or both?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I strongly do not want to separate the 2. I'm tired of projects in the west side getting separated. And I can give you an example, and that's the Redwood Meadows Park, where it wasn't on the CDBG to fund it fully. And we did it over the course of 2 years, but the park's still not done. I mean, just to bifurcate this and say, oh, we're just going to do the bridge and not do this. No, let's seriously stop doing this to the west side and go all in.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Rogers. Councilmember Dugan, you have your hand up?
Yes, sir. The other question was just on, Ben, could you explain or talk about the 1.9 million that could possibly come from the VW emission settlement or line number A18?
So the city was notified by the state that the city will qualify for $1.9 million from the Volkswagen diesel emission settlement. However, those funds have not been sent from the federal government to the state, and the state will be dispersing the funds to the city. So the timing of when the city receives those funds is unclear at this time. They would be funds that could be used for some of these vehicles, but it's not clear when the funds are going to be available to spend for the city.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ben. Go ahead and keep us moving forward.
So just for clarity for Ben, so that we know what to change on the motion sheet, he will include all of those items on the motion sheet to adopt tonight, unless we hear otherwise from the council. Great.
Thank you.
That takes us to A21, a request for $100,000 for a citywide equity plan and training. The study would identify existing equity disparities and develop recommendations to address them. Attachment 6 has examples of similar long-range equity plans. There's a couple policy questions about what deliverables and outcomes are expected, if the Human Rights Commission would be involved, and if additional funding would be needed to implement trainings, and if the equity development position, which has the $60,000 in a holding account, would be able to supplement this effort, or if the funds could be used toward the plan.
And this is an item that the administration is requesting for tonight.
I would like to know about the involvement of the Human Rights Commission.
Mr. Chair, do you want me to chime in? This is Rachel.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So I can discuss a little bit about the Human Rights Commission and what our thoughts are around this. Selena Milner has already been doing some background work on what a citywide equity plan might entail, and including the involvement of the community, including the HRC, in the development of an RFI, like what, in making sure that the community has a good way of telling the city what we'd like to see or what they would like to see out of an equity plan. Including, even down to what is the definition of equity that we're working under. So I think that the HRC could have a really strong role in helping us develop the RFI and helping us identify what deliverables we're hoping to achieve from the equity plan. Part of it is figuring out, from the outset, where we're starting. So what are those neighborhood and baseline indicators of where we've devoted resources historically, where we haven't, why, and the policies and processes that have led us to make those investments in a disparate fashion. So that's really kind of the starting point. The reason we're hoping to get this rolling sooner than later, of course, is so that we can get that work started as we go forward. A lot of the policies and processes that this administration hopes to approach, and hopefully with collaboration from the council, will be built upon making sure that we know what processes and policies we've been working under that have led us to make decisions on investment, and how we can make sure that we're adjusting that going forward as we do other things together over the next 3+ years.
Thank you. Mayor Mendenhall.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I want to just say about 21, A21, A22, and A24 that I think that they're even more relevant because we're in a crisis right now, that as we go about the work of recovering and making harder choices with more limited resources than we thought we had a couple of months ago, that we we really can't afford to wait any longer to do the work of unpacking the inequity that has existed and move forward in recovering from eventually what we're going through today and growing as a city, which I know we'll continue to do, and doing it more equitably. So this this plan that we want to have created through this 100,000 for the equity component will look both internally at our own recruitment and retention practices, our ways that we communicate with the communities that we communicate with, who we're not communicating it with and hearing from, what kind of barriers have inadvertently been constructed that keep people from participating in the public processes. All of those kind of factors that I don't think are in any way intentionally perpetuated, but are. And there's been a few cities around the country, and there are some attachments that have started to do this unpacking, and there are some third-party entities, which I think is really important that we don't evaluate ourselves on equity, but there's some good people out there who are ready to do this, and we would look to the Human Rights Commission to help us shape up what that request looks like. And then to the financial risk, and I know Ben will get there. Obviously, I think that goes without saying, but Mary Beth can speak more to that. And then I clump those three, A21, 22, and 24, the gentrification mitigation study, because I think equity and the way that we grow obviously ends up having impacts disproportionately on parts of our city. And that's not new to any of you. So that's my plug for those three. Thanks for giving me a second, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Okay, I don't see any other questions. So Ben, back to you.
A22 is a request for $100,000 for a financial risk assessment. It's believed this would be the first complete financial risk assessment the city has done. It would be a risk-based analysis, and it would help inform general fund reserve requirements. So the question of how much should the city have in general fund balance would be informed by the findings of this assessment. It would look at risks such as a decrease in revenues, infrastructure failures, vulnerability to extreme events, and public safety concerns. The attachment 10 has an example of a similar risk assessment that was done for Colorado Springs, and it was done by the Government Finance Officers Association. The administration is still finalizing the details on what would be included in Salt Lake City's risk assessment, and I think Mary Beth is available if there are questions.
And as the voice of Ben's extra screen, this is also something that the administration is requesting the council adopt tonight.
I don't see any questions on that, so go ahead and move on. Mayor Mendenhall, your hand is up. Is that intentional? Okay.
A24, a request for $100,000 for a gentrification mitigation study. It would provide strategies to address gentrification, including the risk of displacement for neighborhoods and best practices from around the nation. Similar studies that were done in Harris County, Texas, and Portland, Oregon are available in attachments 2 and attachments 3. There's a policy question about how this study would relate to the new 2020-2024 consolidated plan for HUD grants, which we discussed earlier. That plan includes anti-displacement strategies as one of the supporting elements of the housing goal.
And this is also something that the administration has identified as hopeful to be adopted tonight.
Thank you. Hey, go ahead.
A25, a request for $340,000 for IMS server upgrades, licenses, and purchasing additional laptops. I understand this item is more urgent for adoption tonight because it does specifically relate to creating the equipment for employees to work remotely.
That is correct. This is something that they've identified for tonight.
Mayor Mendenhall.
Thank you. I was in the public safety building on earthquake day and felt that building do what it was built to do on the rollers, and got the call that there was some water leaking into the room, not in the PSB where the IMS servers are, and like the reality of how important it is that we get at least some of our servers moved out of older buildings that are not secure in so many ways into a more secure location was like literally I felt it as the building rolled. So that this is another one that I think it doesn't do all of them, but it gets us and IMS is prepared to prioritize the most critical servers to be moved first, but I think it's tangibly important right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. Ben, go ahead.
The next item, A26, I believe has been withdrawn per the administration's request at this time.
Thanks.
Item A27, Jennifer, do you know if this is a delay? I don't think this item was for adoption tonight.
Yes, this item is not identified as an adoption for tonight.
So that takes us to A28, a request for $500,000 for Foothill Trails projects. This is a follow-up to the council's recent adoption of the Foothills Trail System Master Plan. There are 6 projects that are shovel ready that are listed in the table.
This is a delayed one.
And it looks like the next 2 items, A29 and A30, which also relate to the Foothill Trails, are also delayed.
And I think
so unless there were questions, we can move past these.
Yeah, I think that by delay, we're still ask questions if you have them, and staff can follow up on those, but they're not needed to be adopted tonight.
Mr. Chair?
Sorry, yes, Councilmember Mono.
I understand that it is delayed, but I do have a question on the funding for the Foothills Trails Master Plan or Foothill Trails improvements. And my question is more that money, is it coming from a specific place that can only be used on trails? Or is it general fund money? And was the Jordan River Trail ever considered as a candidate for some of those funds? Or is there something I don't understand about the budget about how trails money gets to us and can be used?
Ben, do you have any thoughts on that, or I can jump in with what my perspective is? But.
So the request is to use money from fund balance, the savings account. So it's not money specifically for trails. It can go to other things. The council recently adopted at the end of last year the Foothill Trails Master Plan. And as part of that adoption was a phased approach for funding maintenance and capital improvements to implement the plan. And these 6 were shovel ready to go. I would defer to the administration about how they select foothill trails versus urban trails or other recreation for prioritizing funding requests.
And just while the administration is chiming in, just to clarify basic budget policy, there is no directed funding stream for trails. So it is a complete policy choice of the council of how much in any given year to direct to trails. The administration frequently will have it informed by whatever master planning process they've done that shows them sort of, we should invest this much each year, but ultimately there's no specific funding stream for trails unless there's grants that are applied for. But in this case, it is general fund balance, which could be spent on anything from police officers to park benches.
Okay, thanks. I think my question was mostly, I know with the park discussion, it's easier to find funds to build a new park than it is to find funds to maintain a current park. So I was wondering if there was something like that, but thank you for clarifying.
Mayor Mendenhall?
Thank you. I just wanted to double back, and I know that it doesn't sound like the 818 fire truck is getting pulled, 2 trucks is getting pulled, but I wanted you to know, to Ben's point about not knowing when the Volkswagen settlement money will be here, it is here, and it's 1.7, almost $1.8 million that the city has now. So that this would leverage that settlement funding.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, Ben, go ahead.
Next up is A29, a request for $200,000 for a national environmental policy or NEPA consultant that would do environmental analysis for some of these projects in the Foothill Trails.
Okay.
A30 is a request for $127,000, and this is the maintenance side of the Foothill Trails projects.
Okay.
A31, this was moved to budget amendment number 5 for faster implementation, and the council adopted it. That takes us to A34. This is a request for a new full-time employee. It's $35,000 for this fiscal year, and attachment 7 is the job description for the urban forest coordinator.
That was on the don't need list.
Thanks, Dan. A38 is a request for $250,000 for the city's one-time contribution to the newly created Utah Housing Preservation Fund.
And this is something that the administration has identified as the council adopting tonight, if possible.
Okay, thank you.
A39, this is a request for $1 million for the Housing Trust Fund. It would be added to the RDA's next notice of funding availability for affordable and special needs housing.
And this item, the administration has identified as you could delay it until the fiscal year 21 budget.
Okay. Go ahead.
A40, a request for $50,000 to increase the city's membership to the ambassador level with the World Trade Center Utah.
Same goes with this one. The administration said you could consider in the fiscal year 21 budget.
Okay.
A42 is the last item. This was discussed at the March 24th briefing. It has 2 parts. Part A is $2 million for employee compensation related to the earthquake and the COVID pandemic response. Part B is just over $4 million for future anticipated expenses related to the emergencies. And the council could place the $4 million into a holding account pending additional information on those future expenses.
And this is something obviously that would be urgent. So if the council could adopt tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Dugan.
Ben, I have a question on the A7, the additional slurry equipment. The admin is requesting that we delay it until FY21. How much delay would that be in the repairs of the city streets? And what would the delay save us?
I'm not sure if Lorna is available to speak to that.
Maybe I could.
This is Lisa. I'm not sure if Lorna is on. Oh, she is here. Hey, Lorna, are you there?
Yep.
You want to talk about it?
Sure. So as we implemented the Funding Our Future projects, we just discovered a lot about our operations that didn't work as well as we thought. We've been doing the same thing for many, many years. So this equipment would help streamline and improve our process for doing the streets maintenance. It's not a game changer. It's just a continued refinement of how we operate. And it is important to note that our equipment is getting old, so we do have more downtime. So what Streets is trying to do is put in place the best equipment to achieve the lane miles we're seeking. We did have quite a few days where we could not do surface treatments because of equipment that's down, but this would not stop us from doing the lane miles. What's more important for the lane miles for this coming construction season is funding to purchase asphalt materials in this year's budget. And we are working with Lisa on how we should be reserving this year's money and what we can buy for next season's, which is the summer asphalt construction season. Did that help?
And if I could chime in just from an overall budget policy perspective, Councilmember Dugan, that might help. You asked, what do you save? And I think that Lorna was alluding to kind of what you save, which is you save flexibility for the coming year's budget, which we don't know quite how tight it's going to be. And so to the extent that you can leave fund balance alone in that savings account for the next month or two, it's then available to you July 1 if you need to dip into that savings account to balance your general fund budget to buy the materials that Lorna was referencing. So it's a balance of, these are all things that would be great to have right now, but if the world changes in another month, when you guys are deliberating the budget and you could have used that flexibility, you know, what do you really need to have now versus what would it be nice to have now?
Okay, thank you.
That is all of the Section A new items in the budget amendment. So I've got a motion sheet to update if there are no further questions.
No, what about items D and E? Did we already do those?
We typically do not go through Section D because it's housekeeping items.
Okay.
And Section E includes grants, which the council handles in a separate process from the budget amendment. So you've already seen most of those items.
Okay, perfect. I was worried we had to go through those two. Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, council members, any questions on any of that? If not, then we can restore our break period until I think our first interview is at 6:10. No, wait, nope. Hold on.
6:10, it looks like.
Yeah, okay.
Council Chair,
Yes.
not trying to postpone your break. You do
No.
have one of the appointment interviews is here already, but
Okay.
they've also been very fine listening and enjoying the meeting. So just letting you know.
Okay. Council members, do you have a preference on whether do you want to do that interview now, or do we want to wait, take a 20-minute break and come back? And people are, some
Do
people
it
are
now.
saying no, some people are nodding yes. So, James, what's your preference?
It doesn't matter to me, Mr. Chair. I'm good with whatever.
Hey, Andrew?
Let's just do it now.
Hey, Anna?
Now,
Darren?
I think we should just do it.
Dan?
Do it now.
Okay, Amy?
Okay.
Okay, and okay, let's go ahead and do the, who is the?
So it is Crystal Young Otterstrom.
Oh, okay.
She's in as a panelist now. Crystal, if you want to unmute your microphone, I'll leave the chair. I'll give the mic back to you, Chris.
Thank you. All right, Crystal, are you there? Can you hear us?
I am. Sorry to mess up your break.
Oh, that's okay. Thanks for being here early. What we typically ask is if you just want to give an introduction, although I think everybody knows you, but and why you're interested in this position.
Well, can I first say it's so great to see your faces and not just the people in my house. I'm so happy to be considered for this position. You guys all know me pretty well, but I work in the arts and humanities, and I want to serve Salt Lake City in any way I can, and especially with how we plan our city for livability. And you guys have talked about how important affordable housing is, especially in light of this pandemic, and helping to make sure projects like that come to Salt Lake City. What the commission works on.
Hey, well, thank you. What do you, this question's from me. Do you think that your background in arts and culture, how do you think that brings a different voice to our planning commission?
Sure, I think it brings a voice with a knowledge of aesthetics, which I think is important for livability. Also, a lot of the people who work in my sector are some of the people who most need affordable options, multiple lived spaces. We bring creativity to the process, looking for things that aren't just square boxes, which I'm sure we all hear about.
Okay, great. Council members, does anybody else have any questions for Crystal?
I just wanted to say thank you, Crystal, for your passion for our city and for continue being involved. I love to see the things that you do and how you're gonna work in this position, and I'm sure you're gonna excel. So I'm so excited to have your perspective, in the group that exists right now. So I'm all for it.
Ditto, council member.
Yeah, I also just want to thank you, Crystal. I know that you had to be in front of us earlier this year, and so, but I thank you for coming back and for continuing to want to serve your community and to serve Salt Lake City. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. If council members, I don't see any other questions. Crystal, you know our speech that we'll put your name on the consent agenda for tonight's meeting. You do not need to be present to win, but you are welcome to tune in or participate however you'd like to, but you're not required to.
Who doesn't love city council meetings?
Yeah, that's right. Yes. Well, you can join our tens of viewers, and we're glad to have you.
Thank you. I'm glad to be part of it. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. All right, council members. Since we don't have our other appointment here yet, and I think Crystal was our first one anyway, so let's go ahead and take a break until 6:15. And
that's right.
And yeah, so let's go ahead and break until 6:15, okay? serving on the Arts Council. Is that right? And then you're going to be the sort of the liaison or the Arts Council appointment to the City and County Building Conservancy and Use Committee, right?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Hello, Chris and everybody else. Thank you for having me. That is correct. I'm still a, a board member for the Salt Lake City Arts Council.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for being willing to serve in 2 different boards for the city. It's very rare. You're actually not usually allowed to serve on 2 different boards, so you're definitely in a special spot. So would you just start by, I know you were in front of us not too long ago, but just introduce yourself and a little bit about you, and then why you're interested in serving in this capacity.
Thank you. Just so you know, it seems like my microphone keeps cutting off. So if there's something that you missed, it's not that I'm not saying anything. It's just my microphone is malfunctioning. But I have been on the board for the Salt Lake City Arts Council for 3 years. I'm going into my 2nd term. Like you said, Chris, I was most recently in front of you as an employee of the county running the Arts for All program. Yeah, and prior to working with the county, I worked with Repertory Dance Theater. I'm really excited to be a part of this new board because I come from a completely different background. It seems like everybody on this board is appointed based on their expertise on different forms of architecture, preservation, and planning. And so I'm really excited because I think it'll be a really interesting opportunity for me to see how city policy really oversees how a public space is being used and preserved. And especially that area in particular, because it's pretty much the heart of Salt Lake City. So many important events happening there. So I'm really excited for the opportunity to be a part of that group.
Great. Well, we're happy to have you. Council members, does anybody have any additional questions for Efren? Okay, I don't see any other hands. So, Efren, you will put your name on our consent agenda for tonight's meeting. You need not be present to win, so you don't need to tune in or anything like that. But of course, you're welcome to, and we'd love to have you if you're interested in joining. There are many viewers that we have. But unless that's it, unless you have anything else you want us to know, we'll just go ahead and move forward your application.
I think I'm all set. I just want to say thank you for all of the work that you guys are doing during this time to support not only the arts, but the community at large. I really appreciate it, and I'm sure a lot of people do as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move forward to our 3rd application, which is for Sandy Casement to the Art Design Board. Sandy, are you
Sorry,
there?
that's for Kelsey Harrison.
Whoops, what did I say? That was the staff contact. Whoops, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Kelsey's here.
Kelsey.
Go ahead and unmute her mic.
Sorry about that. Go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're interested in serving in this position.
Can everybody see and hear me?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Hi. There seems to be like a pretty serious lag on my end, so I apologize if I'm sort of out of sorts with this program. Anyway, I teach sculpture at the University of Utah. I feel like I need to check in. Is it still working?
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, everything's
Okay,
going
you guys are just like appearing and disappearing. This is wild. Oh, there you are again. Okay, so I teach sculpture at the University of Utah. I moved to town about 3 years ago from Chicago, where I did my graduate work. And for me, the reason that I want to be a part of this organization or this board is that the scale of Salt Lake's art community is so different, radically different than any other place that I've lived, in that, like, at this point in my career and life, I can be involved at that level, at the level of making decisions that one can see in the landscape of the city, and helping to understand, or not helping to understand, but helping to shape the art that shapes public life. That is not something that has ever felt so accessible before. And that's something that I'm very much interested in doing and participating in. I care a lot about what the public space looks like, feels like, who is supported in shaping and contributing to that public space. And I just think that it's one of the major benefits of living in this city, that it's both an urban center, but also a regional city in that it is important culturally, but small in every other way, right? Yeah, I think that the position that I'm particularly occupying would be the educator position on the art design board, and that is a role that I take very seriously. I'm both a sculptor and an educator in equal parts. So my position would be, or all of my input would be straddling those two positions.
Great. Well, thank you and welcome to Salt Lake. We're glad to have you. Does anybody on the council members, do you have any other questions for Kelsey? Did you move here for the job at the university?
I did, yeah.
Okay, great. Great. Well, yeah, we're really glad to have you.
Thanks.
Welcome to Utah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And it's always great in your interview to talk about how cool Salt Lake City is. So
yeah, it's a unique opportunity for someone in my position. Yeah, it's very cool.
Great. Okay. All right. Well, I don't see any other questions. So I don't know if you heard my spiel earlier, but you will put your name on our consent agenda at tonight's formal meeting. You don't need to be present to win, but you're welcome to tune in if you're interested. We're just so glad to have you on board.
Thank you. Yeah, this has been a fascinating process already.
All right, good. Well, thank you. All right, thank you very much. Right. Council members, we will go ahead and break. Well, actually, does anybody, before we break, everybody on the council got the message about the idea about ordering from a local business for dinner for tonight. That was Amy's idea, and so I hope you all are participating. Mine just arrived on my porch. So I'm really excited. It's a new business that's just down the street from my house. I'm really excited about. So, Amy, do you want to?
Yeah, thanks everyone. I just went and picked mine up from one of my local places, and I thought about this idea because I just missed you guys so much, and I miss our dinner breaks together. And I wanted to show you all this.
Ooh.
My mom made them. So if anybody wants one, let me know. And she currently has made, I think she's close to 100 to donate to our first responders and our local homeless resource centers. And so, doing her part, and I thought I would show it off.
Very nice.
Very cool.
Very hip.
Yep. So
shout out to moms.
And I might go rob a bank, but don't tell anyone.
We're still in a public meeting, right?
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Hashtag still public meeting.
Maybe give it a couple days now.
Got it.
Okay. Okay. Did everybody else fulfill our request to order something local for dinner tonight? James?
Ooh, yum, Anna.
Yes.
some pozole for me from a restaurant in the West Side.
Nice.
Mine
James
came from the
Rogers?
Marmalade area.
Oh, excellent. And Andrew?
I didn't get the message and I'm in South Salt Lake.
Oh, well.
Oh.
Well, definitely.
No restaurants there.
Definitely don't get something from one of their restaurants. We can't have that. Okay. Darren?
Yes, I ordered something from District 5 and I already ate it. So
Delicious.
I got hungry at the previous break.
Same here.
Dan, did you order
Same District 6, and it's gone. Plate is cleared.
All right. Well, I gotta go eat mine. So we'll see you all at 7 o'clock.
Yum yum.
Council members, just a reminder, I sent the invitation for the formal meeting with the link from WebEx. It would be an email from WebEx, probably close to 4:30, 4:45. Thank you.